No, pero trajo chaqueta. Está haciendo frío.
Oh, I should have brought my
I know.
cooler. It's hot outside.
Is it? Pero traigo chaqueta. Fuera. There you go. Thank you.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Fine, thanks. I sent you that text because it looked so,
Yeah,
well done.
I just got done responding to your email and I got a text with
The same thing.
It's a
Usually,
scan,
usually it's just a text
yeah, it's
telling
a
me
text
you're,
message and then,
but this time it was
Yeah.
a document.
Yeah.
I was like,
no,
so,
because New Mexico doesn't have toll roads.
yeah,
No,
it's interesting how they,
try and people
Yeah.
fall for it, so.
I know, but something like this looks official.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah.
no, so.
So no, yeah, please, yeah.
So awesome. That's gonna be, they want us someplace that would be more interactive and playful. So I'm gonna go get-
That's a great one right there, right?
I'll be back here in a little bit. Are you doing a work session?
What's that?
Are you doing a work session?
There's a presentation by Liana and then it's a
At 5?
packed meeting.
Okay, I'll be right back.
I'm gonna give you this copy. Alright. How are you doing today?
All right. No wonder I couldn't find this.
What's that?
I couldn't find this.
Well, and I only have which I'll touch on, but that's the stuff that's highlighted in red. There's
Yeah,
not
that's
that
all,
much.
yeah.
That's why I was like,
Yeah, but I kept looking for it in here.
yeah, no, it's there.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. That's not it. That's not it. This door. Very interesting, Navarez. How's it
All
going?
right. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. ¿Qué pasa? No, no, that one, and that's one, no, I do. Because how about something?
How are you?
Oh, good, you, are
I'm
you
just-
studying already?
Yeah. Hi.
Hello. No, it's gone down.
That is not comfortable at all. How are you?
Yourself?
Good.
Are you going to the meeting tomorrow?
Uh,
Tina?
Wednesday or tomorrow?
Oh, I keep thinking today's Tuesday,
Okay.
Wednesday, yeah, that's right.
Okay, I thought, oh
No,
no.
usually I don't work on Mondays, but I went in today, so it's throwing me off.
Okay, I was planning on it, but are you, I mean, I was also thinking I might get my grandkids on Wednesday because are you available to go?
I put it on my, actually, I got the agenda, so
Oh,
I put it on my
good, good, good,
calendar.
good.
So.
Okay, hello, Lorenzo. Okay, well, if you're gonna go, I might not go because, my grandbabies, but, and I may go and then we can, you know, we've been there together before,
Yes.
which has been good. Okay, the rules of order. I saw that they weren't in there, so there they
Yeah, I
are.
looked and looked for them.
Me too. Well, I called them finally and said, what the heck? I also put in Central Regional Transit.
Did she sign in for you? I didn't. Good, you wouldn't ask me. You got the application. Okay, I will.
No.
Hi, Jerry. Hi. Gloria, how are you?
Hi, Marcia.
How are you? Something about Jerry.
Behave yourself.
Oh, geez. St. Pat's Day isn't for a while away. My
Looking
Seahawks
very
colors.
green.
This is my Seahawks.
Oh, right. Oh.
It's my only sweater I haven't put away.
Jesus, fun.
Better.
What is it? Oh, you know what, I meant to smell the,
Oh.
today.
Jumped on. That's why they started.
Seriously, this is my Super Bowl.
Nice and green.
Well, like I said, I had all my sweaters away, so, and you warned me, I freeze out here.
Yeah, right.
So, that's.
On that.
Hey. You're being featured.
So, what do I have to do? What's?
Where do you, I'm the desert. Just the lace up and sit down. Old age is not contagious.
Oh, thank goodness. It seems to be.
I should sign.
Have grandparents flying in.
I like the story, why don't you?
Good to see you.
So I thought it was very, very cute when I was walking and I saw that little sticker. And I knew exactly.
We've got 3 people. I got to be lit up.
Yeah, we watched them. I feel so much better today. I went for a walk. That's good. Not a mile, but it was.
Your back's better.
You with you? I worked outside for 3 hours.
Oh, wow. Five. Yeah.
I know it wants to. Friends all over.
Yeah. That will have to do with this.
So this was here, so. 7 generations, so you see it. Yes. So,
That's. You want a copy of what I'm gonna be talking about?
if you have a copy.
We said 5 and then we have 12 minutes. For a while.
Yeah.
Major change.
Well, we have 7.
Yeah.
Redid it. Or, it was so similar stuff.
No, this is the same.
We'll discuss that one.
The secret road.
Which one? Okay, today is Monday, March 9th, 2026. The time is now 5 o'clock in the evening. We are here at the Mesilla Town Hall for our I can't even talk today, regularly scheduled Board of Trustees meeting. The first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll please stand. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next order of business is roll call and determination of a quorum. Gloria, if you would, please.
Mayor Hernandez,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Burek. Here. Trustee Cadena. Present. Trustee Garcia. Here. Trustee Nevares.
Present.
Mayor, we have a quorum.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Next item on the agenda is approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Trustee Nevares, seconded by Trustee Garcia. And the motion will carry unless there's objection or discussion on the agenda as it's been presented. Thank you very much for approval of the agenda as it has been presented. Next item on the agenda is approval of the consent agenda that does include the BOT meeting minutes for our February 23rd, 2026 meeting. Purchase order for Apex Solutions for community center security upgrades in the amount of $31,777.48. Purchase order for A Mountain Construction for Calle del Norte Bridge in the amount of $110,866.52. I can have a motion.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Trustee Cadena, seconded by Trustee Nevares. And the motion will carry unless there's objection or discussion.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Had this been paid already or it's getting ready to be paid?
The purchase orders are based upon grant funding
Okay.
that it has already been awarded. So these are getting ready to be paid and closed out.
Okay.
And any other questions? Seeing as there was discussion and question with the motion by Trustee Cadena on the floor, seconded by Trustee Nevares, if we can have a roll call vote, please, Gloria.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Burek. Yes. Trustee Cadena. Yes. Trustee Garcia. Yes. Trustee Nevares.
Yes.
Mayor, the roll call is 4 yes.
Thank you very much for approval of our consent agenda that does include our BOT meeting minutes, purchase order for Apex Solutions, and a purchase order for A Mountain Construction. The next item on the agenda is a presentation, historic preservation and historic properties by our community historic preservation specialist, Ms. Liana Geary.
State of the art technology. Good evening, trustees. Good evening, residents. Always happy to be here. This evening, I wanted to focus in on a presentation for historic preservation. since it's new to all of us here, it's brand new. We're incorporating it into the town. I was brought on not so long ago, but it's been quite some time at this point. But however, I just wanted to give everyone a background as to what we're doing. I'm just going to put this up here a little. Is that okay? Can you still hear me from here? Just wanted to give everyone a background on what we're doing, what it means, and why it matters here for the town. So just let's just get that started. And I think one of the best ways to kind of get into historic preservation is to give a little background on how kind of came about. So I'll be spending some time with you, but please, if you have any questions, feel free to just stop me in the midst here. So the history of historic preservation, I guess the first we can just begin to discuss, it started around the 1850s. The first kind of documented occurrence of historic preservation was with George Washington's home. It was, there was a lady floating upon the Potomac and she saw the home. It was kind of in shambles. And at that time, his great grandnephew had just tried to sell the home for $200,000 to the federal government. And they were kind of, they said, we don't want it. It's in disrepair. But this one lady who saw it on the boat, she said, how can we let, this home that represents the nation and our birth of independence, how can we let it just fall and crumble and be destructed? So she sent a message to her niece. Her name was Pamela Ann Cunningham, and she moved forward, started with a community movement of getting a group of ladies together known as the Mount Vernon Ladies Association. And this was in 1850. And the equivalent of $200,000 at that time was $4.1 million for this home. So, but little by little, she sent letters, and they were all a group of ladies. Little by little, they sent their money in, and they got together, and they finally purchased the home. And that's George Washington's home on the lower corner there. And it's currently a beautiful building. It's interior and exterior preserved and restored. And that's one of the first movements of historic preservation. So at least documented state. So following that, there was in 1906, there was the Antiquities Act. And so that kind of prohibited the excavation of antiquities from public lands. In 1916, the Department of the Interior, they put together the National Park Service that kind of manages the land and helps us to kind of dictate what happens with that and protects it as well. In 1935 was the Historic Sites Act that the Secretary of the Interior actually began to form a direction for preservation policy. And then the National Trust for Historic Preservation was initiated in 1949, which is kind of the voice, the federal voice for historic preservation. But between those years, what really kicked things off was what happened here in Pennsylvania Station. It was kind of like a catalyst to kind of move forward to the Historic Preservation Act. And what happened there was the Pennsylvania Station was one of the grandest buildings. It was like kind of a masterpiece, built Roman style, very, very eloquent and elaborate. And it was built as a kind of welcoming port. So when you're coming into New York or you're leaving New York, you're leaving this amazing building that is a representation of, all people from all walks of life. At this time, had a bunch of people coming from Ellis Island, and it was just a continuous. So it was a huge building, but not only in meaning, but also in structure. And after years, after the era of airplanes and the interhighway system was becoming created, it kind of fell under disrepair. Not so many people were riding the railroad as they were before. And then ultimately, it just kind of to go waywards. They said that they were looking to replace the building with a more kind of cinematic event space, which would later become known as Madison Square Garden. So, but there was a huge protest for this. People wanted to preserve it. Many people were like, well, what good is it doing? But it was a symbol. And after 1963, when they decided that they wanted to demolish it, it was a lot of the people had an outcry, a lot of complaints towards the federal government. But then it took only 3 years to demolish, and in 1966, it was fully demolished and turned into what is now Madison Square Garden. And just a few early examples of what historic preservation here was in New Mexico. The earliest structure undergoing historic preservation here was in Santa Fe, is the Palace of the Governors. And then on a more for land-based into the National Park Service, actually not just yet, after the Antiquities Act, was the Gila Cliff, the Cliff Dwellings. Just as you can talk about preservation in that, but then moving forward, as I said, after the Pennsylvania Railroad kind of was demolished, it was a catalyst to create this National Historic Preservation Act, which really set the tone for what preservation means. And I'll just briefly read the summary, and you're more than welcome. I believe I also included that in your packet for you to see. In summary, just the historic, the Preservation Act of 1966, which hasn't been amended. The most recent amendment was in 2012. But this section stays the same, is that the historic heritage of the nation is what this nation has been founded upon and should be considered a living part of our community life. Significant properties are being lost with increasing frequency in this phase of continuous urban renewal, and preservation of this irreplaceable heritage is in the public interest so that its historical legacy in all aspects shall be maintained for future generations. And in identifying and preserving these historic resources, it can improve town, federal and federally funded planning and assist economic growth and development. Whereas the federal government encourages historic preservation and activities to give maximum encouragement to undertake preservation by private means, and to state and local governments to expand and accelerate historic preservation. Following that, just to kind of fill you in on a follow-up law that was adapted through New Mexico in 1978 was the Historic Districts and Landmarks Act, which in short, it's here in this Historic District and Landmark Act that it gives the state enabling legislation that empower the counties and municipalities of the state with as full and complete powers to preserve, protect, and enhance the historic areas and landmarks lying within their respective jurisdictions. And any municipality otherwise empowered by law to adopt and enforce zoning ordinances, rules, and regulations is hereby empowered to create, as part of the building and zoning regulations, a zoning district designating certain areas as historical areas and individual landmarks, and may, for the purpose of preserving, protecting, and enhancing such historical areas and individual landmarks, adopt and enforce regulations and restrictions within such district. It's relating to the erection and alteration or destruction and maintaining the exterior features of buildings and other structures subject to public view from any public street, way, or other public place. And how this relates to the town is we have adopted the Historic Districts and Landmarks Code as well as the Preservation Act. And this, I can read it. I'll just read, I believe, the first one and I can let you read the other one. This, where I'll read section B, because the Board of Trustees declares as a matter of public policy that the preservation, protection, and use of historic landmarks and buildings in this historic districts are a public necessity because they have a special character or a special historic, architectural, aesthetic, or cultural value, and thus serve as visible reminders of the history and heritage of this town, state, and nation. The board declares as a matter of public policy that this chapter is required in the interest of the health, safety, welfare, and economic well-being of the public. The board declares as a matter of public policy that the identification and designation of historic landmarks and historic districts and the approval or disapproval of exterior changes to be designated property or their demolition or relocation or new construction on the site and stated to be a public purpose, very similar to the Historic Districts and Landmarks Act. So we talked about that. So as the board initiated this historic preservation section, it reads that historic preservation is a public policy. It is for the town as a whole and for the people as a whole. Preservation law does not require us to take the consideration of one person over the general public. And additionally, something like a financial hardship should not be prohibit a property from being locally designated. However, if a property is designated and an owner later faces a genuine financial burden related to the required work to maintain the structure, our ordinance provides a separate hardship process, and that's 1833-130, to evaluate that. That safeguard exists to support owners after designation and not to prevent the community from recognizing and protecting an important historic resource. Allowing economic hardship to block designation would undermine the purpose of preservation law, which is to protect significant resources for the community as a whole, as stated in this Preservation Act, the Districts and Landmarks Act, and our adopted act as well. Now to just hone in a little bit, what we're doing and what I've been working on for quite some time now is the Certified Local Government certification, and otherwise known as CLG. And if you're not familiar with it, I did provide that manual for you there. If you got to get a look, I know it's a thick manual. But at the moment, there's 10 CLGs here in the state of New Mexico. The Las Cruces was the most recent one in 2021. And what it is, it's an added force to preservation that promotes partnership among local governments, the state of New Mexico, the Historic Preservation Division, also known as HPD, and the National Park Service, the NPS, which is responsible for the National Historic Preservation Program, along with state and federal agencies regarding preservation concerns. When you're applying for a CLG, there are a number of guidelines and regulations. And the town and the mayor must affirm that we are dedicated to preserving our history, our culture, and do whatever it is in our power to do so. This is a means to demonstrate that we care for our resources, we see them for their value, and measures will be taken to ensure that they are protected. Consent is something that is optional to incorporate into ordinances as far as designation. Owner consent is not required for nomination or designation with us in this in Mesilla town. And that's mainly because the value of a historic property extends beyond the current owner. The CLG manual states that in New Mexico, local commissions may decide if the owner consent or individually listed buildings is required or not. But the strongest type of preservation ordinance is one where owner consent is not required. The Historic Preservation Division recognizes that this decision should be determined at the local level. We have opted for the stronger type of preservation here in this town since the town has very valuable historic assets and is rich in culture and heritage, something we would like to maintain and foster, as well as a strong point for tourism and economic development. The Historic District and Landmarks Act enforces this capability. And one thing to mention, in Las Cruces, they have a no owner consent is required. Consent is required. And that's just, it's kind of reflective onto their buildings and what they have right now. Not to talk bad about them, I don't know. So although we're not officially fully CLG certified, we still have the means and the capability to create our own local designation. List of registering, our designation and our own register. I have just recently, just a small update, is I've recently resubmitted our CLG application. We needed to amend a map and we needed just another notice signed. And it was approved, which is great. And now it's just on to the National Park Service. We have about 10 more days to hear from them. So hopefully we get good news from them soon. So. All right. So the main outcome of being certified local the certified local government certified is that we take with the CLGs are able to take the lead in preservation activities and are able to identify and evaluate and protect our local cultural resources. We're able to establish a level of credibility following state and federal preservation standards. We're also able to receive exclusive funding opportunities. There's a number of various grants that we're able to apply for in addition to the Historic Properties grant, which I'll elaborate on in a little bit. And we also have a former role in the National Register of Historic Places, the nomination process. So we're able to review federal and state projects for historic preservation and able to discuss statewide preservation concerns. We receive technical services from the Historic Preservation Division, and we're able to participate in overall planning for preservation within the state and the town. And let's see. And just so that, you know, a lot of people believe that when you're under the National Historic Landmark or the National Registered Historic Property List, or I'm sorry, all the acronyms, there's so many acronyms in historic preservation of the state. Register of Cultural Properties is that last one. Is you'll be surprised to find out that our properties are more protected under local listings than these national listings. What happens is because we have an ordinance that protects these structures, we're able to provide more guidance, whereas the state, the national, the landmark, they're just more for federal projects. So that's where they receive a little bit more protection when the federal governments want to come in and do some kind of construction there or undertaking there. So any questions about that by chance, right at the moment?
So you mentioned the economic hardship. So the property owner has the means to preserve. Then are they assisted to in the endeavor to acquire funding?
So that's the great that, and I'm sorry, I didn't know. I think I was going to do that in the further one, but please, no. It's a great time to bring it up. Is that what is able through this certified local government? We will receive automatically a grant. It's 10% of offshore drilling funds that come from the overall. It's the intent of offshore drilling, and each 10% is allocated to each state-wide. So let's say 10% will come to New Mexico, another 10% will go to California for their CLGs, and then 10% of that umbrella fund money would be distributed amongst all of the CLGs. So I think I mentioned in this next slide, but for each of those, that will amount anywhere between $5,000 to $50,000 per CLG, and this will be in turn to help restore some of these properties, to help them make them more livable, even things that, as far as just, I know I've come across bathroom repairs with adobe buildings and like that. It would give us the capacity to address those issues. So yes, and so in order to qualify, and as I stated, we're able to have our own local listing, independent of a certified local government. But one of the requirements to be a certified local government is to have our own local listing. There was a lot of confusion I had when I was kind of diving into this. I'm like, well, we have properties already on the National Register. We have properties, aren't those already? No, it's one thing that the National Park Service kind of states is that if you need to have a listing that's independent of a national listing or a state register. So what would happen is for all of our historic properties in order to receive funding and to fall under this umbrella of the CLG, they would need to be individually recognized as properties. So it's a little confusing, but and they really advise against adopting just a regular National Historic Landmark list or national state. You need to actually individually land, which is what kind of compelled this my listings. But in having these local listings, we're really exercising the strongest way we're able to protect our historic resources that belong to our community, our town, and its heritage. They are not only historical resources, but economic resources for the town. And I say, what other town can gloat about and say that we have some awesome historic properties and we have some agricultural lands and it looks great. We're maintained fairly well and it's still very successful in doing so. So the result of not protecting them is that they'll be lost forever. And along with that, the names of the people, the families, and events that help this town grow. This lets the community know that we are working on protecting our historical heritage and culture, and we're aware of its values and that it really matters. With the right stewardship for both the land and properties, we can get to where we need to be. Designation is based solely on the property's cultural, architectural, and historical value. And the benefits of local listings for the owner in particular is the funding that will help with repairs and upkeep of their historical properties. And another part of this, just independent of that 10% offshore drilling, we're able to apply for other grants because we are a CLG that can help repair a lot of these adobe buildings. So it's not just, we won't be just relying on the CLG grant, but on other grants that are accessible to us because we are now at the point of CLG. So they're able to receive funding and some assistance in upkeep of their historical property, a certificate, and above all, and that I really can't stress this, is what it really brings is a sense of pride, or at least it really should bring a sense of pride to know that you have a property that is historic, that has a story to tell, that you can celebrate for the town. It will also offer the technical assistance, not only from the staff, myself. If you have a property that's listed and you say, I can't do anything with it, you can. The property is not frozen in time. You're able to make adjustments. You're able to make additions. You're able to do interior work. There's many, many things you're able to do with a property. It is definitely not frozen in time. We're also able to ensure that, the preservation standards that will carry through local listings, they ensure that the neighborhood properties, as we've seen in our historic district, that they remain compatible, but in individual landmarks, that the property itself holds its integrity and its significance. So we're able to tell that, in relation for it to your, and you'll hear those words, integrity and significance, a lot also in historic preservation. I'll elaborate on those in a little bit. So I mentioned it doesn't freeze a property in time, but what it does undergo is design review. And this is a lot of what we've been doing already in our historic district, except it's a little bit more restricted because it also goes along the lines of space. But design review is that we would just request a permit when exterior features want to be changed, windows want to be added. Anything in the interior is acceptable, just as long as it doesn't affect the exterior of a property. So, and these design reviews, not only, can we help you with them, but it's also mandated by the government. It's just the Secretary of Interior Standards of Rehabilitation. That's another acronym that I've decided to just go with the explanation, but and it's just a set of guidelines. And one thing I'll use as a small example is just what happened with La Posta. They just made that addition to that building, and I know Mr. Hutchinson was up and down, and he went through many years of trying to get this addition made. But with a little, I guess, preservation counseling and what can work with him and what works for us and according to the guidelines, because these are standards that have been set, and that was since I believe in 1934. This goes accordingly with that. So it was a really successful addition for him, and it's possible. It can happen with any property. So I just want to debunk that belief, that nothing is possible, that's be frozen in time, that we're going to have to deal with this. That's not true. It's a misinformation, and I think this is something that realtors, prospective home buyers, especially here in our historic, unique town, that they're informed of, because there's, it lends to more than that. It's more than just you're able to do some changes. And so I just want so the benefits for the town in particular, although we're a smaller town, when new people decide to move out here, they are seeking out this authenticity and rawness that we have here. It's our cultural landscape and the space, which is it's just really why people move here. Yes, people didn't move here. It's not, they moved here for this historical factor and how beautiful and what it has to offer. There's really no other place like here in Mesilla. This is the greater benefit of retaining these historic structures. And then we can even discuss things like exploring something as historic walks and tours, cultural and heritage demonstration, agritourism, which this will help to encourage, not only to encourage the preservation of our lands and the open space even that we have, but in addition, our cultural, a historic district that we already have. But these are amazing resources that I was in a small discussion not so long ago on adobe, and people will come pay to come make adobes here. When you think people will come and pay to come pick onions and cotton here, which sounds wild. But, I'm not, as you may know, I'm not from here. And so I have the opportunity to kind of see these amazing resources that, many of you grew up with, but I'm seeing it with an outsider's perspective that says, I know people will come with full willing to try and incorporate and not incorporate, but to live this life of kind of getaway. And it's money people will pay. And it's a resource that we have that we can offer. And then things like I'm really working on creating with the outdoor recreation for the state, and how we can get historical biking trails, walking trails, and how we can really, and in the same sense, not only is it creating that avenue, but it's also showcasing the amazing properties and history that we have here. So just to know, a small property analysis that was completed by the State Historic Preservation Officer. He's from Tucson. His name was Dr. Jonathan Mandy. He researched the appreciation of properties found locally designated within historic districts as well. And he found that design review can really boost property values by introducing certainty into the marketplace and improving the overall climate, which benefits all property owners and the area itself. He took 15 areas and studied those 15 areas and the effect of historic designation on property values over time. And most of them, eventually were strengthened by a historic district designation. And he took areas such as Galveston and Tucson and Savannah, where the property values increased between 5 to 35% per decade over other properties or neighborhoods that were undesignated. It's certainly, it's just a development tool that we can use. It's a powerful one for revitalization, and one that helps for future planning that it can be for towns and or cities. It's a vital proven resource in economic and community development, where benefits and guidelines on this should be stressed to all who are buying properties and selling properties, so that way they're well informed and educated. And I touched upon the design review, and what I was saying is that it's really, just maintaining the exterior of the historic structure in itself. And then the best way to deal with a lot of that is that if you have a historic property, submit a permit. Or if you have some questions, I'd be happy to have a sit down with you. But the first thing I would recommend submitting a permit, so that way the details are in front of me and we can work out and see what's possible with that, with your structure. Just in short, Mesilla historic designation, it shouldn't be a liability. It's a selling point. Buyers who come to Mesilla are looking for authenticity, character, and a connection to history. This is something that people know when they are buying in this town. It is what attracts them to this place in the first place. Designation tells buyers this property matters. It's part of something bigger. It's protected, respected, and rooted in our shared story. In short, with the right stewardship, designation is a protection, an asset, a recognition, not a restriction, and it elevates a sale. It should not complicate it. Any questions on the local listings?
So I guess what you kind of explained, there is an interactive process that, that can be initiated. Let's say, for example, an agricultural building like a silo. So if a person bought that, they wanted to kind of convert it into a dwelling. I mean, the possibility exists that
Absolutely.
an interactive process.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Yes, they just have to come forth with the plans, and ultimately it goes through due process, which is their planning and zoning. And if it's deemed historical, probably move on to the board as well.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. And so some may ask, okay, so how do we evaluate these cultural and historic properties, and where do we start? So once again, I'll throw out those words. It's integrity and significance, but I'll elaborate a bit on that, on those here. So one of the first is age. So we'll take the age. It's anything more than 50 years is considered historic. And that's kind of, I guess a general umbrella term, but that's usually where it starts with. The following is integrity. And integrity we'll start with it. There's 7 different points of integrity. And one of them is location. Where is the historic property still in the place where it was constructed or the event occurred? The design, does it have physical elements that create the form, the plan, the space, the structure, and the style of the specific property, or is it still mainly intact, mostly intact? The setting is the physical environment where the property is currently standing in relation to the land overall. Is it still in the same historic setting? The physical elements, the materials, or what is it made of? Is the property still mostly made of these physical elements that were combined and during a specific or particular time? And the workmanship is the physical evidence of the crafts of the particular culture or people during any given period of history. And this can even be prehistory as well. And then the feeling, I know there's a lot of arguments in preservation, because can't we all feel a certain way about a historic building, which is also why they throw in the age as well. So something like that can create a balance. But, does the property convey the expression of the aesthetic or the historic sense of that particular time in history? And the association is the direct link between important historic events or people. If you're nominating for that, so does it still hold that kind of association? And significance is pretty much very similar to integrity. However, it's more about association. So the events, what were the activities, where were the events, and did it happen in this space, in fact? And does it hold distinctive architectural elements? What is the distinctive architectural style? That's also can be known as architectural significance. And then the people, have the people who have lived there in the home, did they live there while they were doing something significant? So that's pretty much that. And so I just want to show you below that the National Register criteria, it's pretty much the same criteria, except they give a little better explanation for that. So show you that there. All right. And this final slide I put in, and this was a really awesome little board I put out on the last Cinco de Mayo. And it was, I had a little preservation table, and I was just calling out to people, and I was with Jacob and asking people, what does Mesilla mean to you? What is it to you? And how do you respond to it? And it was funny. Of course, I got a lot of good food, which was fun. Good food, good times, hot. Somebody wrote toasty. But some of the top comments was about 20 mentioned heritage. They mentioned culture. They mentioned the genuinity of Mesilla, and that they want to protect Mesilla. Where the other 15 of them or so mentioned that this is their home. This is where they're with their familia, and this is where they're part of community. So I thought it was great. And I've mentioned before, if you've read the newsletter I put out, that preservation is more than about just buildings. It's about the people as a whole and preserving what makes Mesilla unique and authentic, highlighting the struggles and the determinations of those that built and sustained the town that we live in through their blood, sweat, and tears that got them here. Many times when we're handed things down to us, we don't know or we forget the work that was put in, that it took to have what it is. But the work was put in at some point in history. And the work was put in to build these cultural landscape, this town, these historic buildings, and some were built with even the hands and even the dirt and usually the literal earth and the water around us. And so that means a lot. It definitely means a lot to me. And it's also clear to me that before I was brought on, the town and the trustees saw a need for historic preservation. There was something that the governing body saw that needed to be done to continue to preserve this town. This work is what I am doing for the town. And I have no personal interest in it. I'm doing it for all you guys. I have a passion for it. And it's for the stories that need to be told of those that once lived here and labored here, for stories that should be remembered and retold to give identity and sense of place to this current community and to future ones, to honor their work, struggle, and contribution. I may not know all the history of the town. As I mentioned, I'm not from here, but I know a lot of you do, especially some your fifth, fourth, third generation Mesilleros. Even some of the newcomers may know some history of the town, but I want all of your stories, so please, share them and share them so that we can guard and save these stories of those who came before us. And additionally to that, our cultural lands are endangered overall. If you don't know that, you see they're endangered by data centers, as we've seen, industries, big business. We have cell phone towers. Things are coming up all over the place, and even by those with individual interest. It's not looking at the community and a larger picture. So that's the bigger reason of why we need to be protecting these buildings. When I began considering these buildings for the nomination, I was very intentional and decided to choose one from each area of importance: our commercial area, the plaza, and from our agricultural lands. One thing that resonated with me, and I remember distinctly, is when we were in the process of revisiting our comprehensive plan not so long ago, there were two things that stood out, and one of them was preserving our green belt, and another one was preserving our historic properties and historic preservation. Even when we had community planning, I think it was right here in the room where we had, kind of Post-it note boards, we were able to write that. And historic preservation, green belt, that was just something, which is why I was drawn to nominate this property in the agricultural lands. And then although most of the focus has been around the plaza, we would be ignorant to believe that this is the only history that this town has to offer. We were an agricultural town with rich and fertile lands that the Rio and Acequias provided for us, along with the individuals, many of whose names did not make it into historic literature. They worked hard on it. This is another history we should be telling alongside of the Griggs, the Fountains, and the Reynolds. Mesilla can be the equivalent of a small pueblo. We talk about it sometimes, in the office. It's small and it's mighty, and can only continue to be this way if we work together to see the value of the history we have and treasure and protect it by being good stewards of this space and land that we call home. So that's going to be the end of my preservation, and there was a mix of a lot of technical historic preservation, but also very, what we call place making and place knowing themes here. So, but any questions on that?
I want to thank you for, the very informative presentation. It really shows us how far we've come along. So, the other one is a question or a request. Would you be able to share this presentation with members of the board?
Absolutely. I'd be happy. I wasn't sure how I could put it in your packets, but I'd be happy to email it if that works.
Fine.
If that works for you. Yes.
Thank you.
Of course. Thank you.
Quick question for clarification and to make sure that regarding the list and to make sure I'm understanding correctly. Are those properties that are already on the state and national, you'll be transferring over to the local list?
Correct,
Right?
yes.
Okay, just wanna make
It's
sure
a work in
that's-
progress, and I'm going to kind of touch upon that in the next slide. I'm going to move forward, and then I'll continue because those nominations.
Oh, the presentation was over.
No, well, I have, and the presentation is over on preservation, but I'm going to move on to the nominations after this, and then I'll get in a little
Okay.
detail on how
Thank you.
that works, yeah. Okay, thank you. All right, so yes, and here we go. So the nominations. Just a note, and the word is that any one of us, anybody here, any Joe Schmo can nominate a historic building. And I've tried to make it as simple as possible. I have hard copies, but I've also created this QR code that you can just even scan through here, where you're able to nominate your historic property. And it's just a kind of general, they're required subjects that are needed for the nomination, but it's something just like the narrative of the structure. Why is it historical? What is the significance, or does it still hold integrity? What are the general materials of the space? And you don't have to be an architect. You can just, for example, this is made with wood and some metal, metal lighting, and there's even boxes to check, so you don't even have to write a lot of those out. Almost all of the options are unchecked on boxes, so you just have to check them off to move forward. And just to reiterate and to answer again, Trustee Burek, is that all of them do, and I wish, trust me, I was like, is there any way we can just automatically nominate, because it'll save me a lot of time, but hopefully with the help of everyone here, I can narrow that down. I've been in discussion with some of the students from public history and at NMSU, who I think will be helping us nominate the buildings that are already nominated, so that way we can kind of just move the process a little bit faster, as opposed to, this. Well, I mean, they'll still be presented in the fashion that they are being presented, but they will help write these nominations, and I will be presenting them. So this is just a general, and what we'll be calling the Town of Mesilla Local Historic and Cultural Register. And just to note too, we can nominate anything from a silo to an acequia to really just something that, yes, please.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, sorry. Sorry.
One of the structure no longer is there, but the site where it was located.
If you know the site, then we need, it would be kind of GPS coordinates. That's possible too, if there's not a structure on top of it.
Yeah, because I recently, learned that there was a cabildo somewhere near, catty corner to the La Posta, the Mexican government.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
but I don't know, I don't remember it now.
yeah. I mean, every day I hear there was a plaza here at some point. There's a plaza there. But if you know the coordinates and you have, one of the requirements for these narratives is that there are primary sources. And you do need to put a little footwork in if you're making, which is a little bit of research, which for me is very fun, but you can actually get into it. And if with sources and kind of matching sources and have a viable, presentable project or a structure or property, you're certainly able to nominate those as well. All right, so I'm just going to begin with the nominations here. And sorry, any other questions on nominations? Okay. All right. Okay, and this building may be familiar to some of you. Right on the plaza, it's known historically as the Leonard Moran store. In this case, I'm also nominating the rear structure since it's on the same Doña Ana County parcel, and it's been as a unit for quite some time. This building has been noted as the first, if not one of the first brick buildings here in New Mexico, which I think is phenomenal. And it also is part of our National Historic Landmark. It is associated with It reflects early settlement patterns, the introduction of new building technologies, and the presence of European immigrants in Mesilla. And and just a little backstory was that the water, once again, the earth was collected here. Moran, who was Leonard was his partner, they ended up building the structure. They had their own kiln-fired bricks over where Zia Middle School used to be, since the river was over that area at this point. And yeah, he built them. And it was just recently told to me that similar bricks made the floor of another structure here in town, which that I didn't do any research on just yet. So, but it also holds distinctive characteristics of a certain period in time. And as the first, or pretty much the first brick building in New Mexico, this property represents a rare and early example of fire brick construction in the region. As far as integrity, this property remains in its original site. It's a focal point that's still in the space of the plaza and at the center of commerce. Its setting along the Calle de Principal retains its historic scale and character and aligns with the historic plaza. It also has its original massing, and it remains pretty much, I guess, architecturally legible. And so the property on the facade of the plaza was and still functions as a commercial space, where the rear portion was once just residential. And it was said that Moran and possibly Leonard lived there. A little excitement to the story is that Moran was murdered in his residence in the back there. There was also full intention of this property to be a two-story, as you can kind of see in this upper part here. But after he was murdered, they never completed the rest of that building there. And so there's rear property, as stated. It's associated with the early style adobe architecture. And that was built a little bit earlier in 1850. And it holds it still. And just, I was really curious about this, and in case the porches, the portales, they are not original to the structure. They were actually added later on. And this is both numbers 119 and 200 on the National Historic Register. I can let you see those there. And if you would like me to supply this information for you as well, trustees, I'd be happy to do so. Any questions about that property? Okay. All right. And the following property here is Palacio Bar, which perhaps some of you haven't been to, but it's over at 2600 Avenida de Mesilla. And I'm nominating this property as what we call a contributing altered structure. It's also a commercial building, which allows for, because it is a commercial, this contributing altered holds very much, it had to accommodate its commercial necessities at some point. So here, the initial space however, the overall blueprint of the original structures still do exist. So the front space, which was initially a blacksmith shop, was built circa 1900s. It dates back even to prior to Mr. Salcido and his family. It was owned by the Barrela family. And it is currently on the National Register of Historic Places. Its numbers 8 and 9, with the rear structure at 9. I'm sorry, the rear structure. And it's associated with early social and cultural life. It's an example of what this town and how people would gather here. I had a great conversation with Mrs. Velia, and she told me even soldiers from all walks of life were there. There was just, prior to the dance hall, it was just a blacksmith shop. It had dirt floors, and but once they decided to try it one night as a dance hall, it went off and they said no turning back there. This is also less work than a blacksmith shop, but little did they know it'd be more work at the end. But so just this, just to recap, this property is an example of Messia's long-standing social traditions and contributes to the understanding of community life here within the 20th century, early till and to this day. In May, it actually will be 90 years old. Despite the alterations, the building retains its original adobe structure, the dance hall, which is the structure in back. This is also an adobe structure, and it's a bar as well. And it's a spatial relationship. It's also along just one of the main, Highway 28, one of the main main streets here in town. And it's been modified, as I stated, but it retains enough integrity to contribute to the historic character of Mesilla and to convey its significance. The alterations made do not obscure the building's overall historic identity. The status, unfortunately, of ultra contributing would discount this property from being on the National Register. Yet we can still include it in our local register, and it'll exclude it because the National Register is a little bit more firm on their parameters for historic buildings, where you're able to still nominate this locally. It remains in its original location. It's surrounded it's still on Highway 28 near Avenida Mesilla. The original space will tell. I'm just going through the integrities. Is that the original space was a blacksmith shop, then later addition to the dance hall, which make up the majority of the property. And some original materials have been changed to accommodate this commercial space. And it still retains a strong connectivity to early Mesilla history. And this building continues to function as a popular bar and dance hall, maintaining its historic and social role. Any questions on this here, this property? Okay. Thank you. Okay, and lastly, the property I have nominated in our rural lands is the Ginther Farms. It's the main home was built at circa 1890. It's an adobe home, and the farmhands and the quarters and the barn were built a bit later. It sits along an early agricultural corridor, and I haven't yet to see any architectural similarities in the town. I've never seen it. I have not yet to see a building such. It's very rare and unique in this area. It tells the story of agricultural Mesilla, and in addition to some adobe, there is glass. There's also metal included in this structure here. And as I mentioned, much of the attention has been placed on this plaza and surrounding areas, the preservation of this town. However, if you really want to take the true history of Mesilla into account, and to also begin to look at rehabilitating the green belt here, and begin to preserve Mesilla properly and to its fullest, we have to begin to look at this area as well, because our town was built on agricultural lands. And so just bear with me. I'm just going to read a small excerpt from, it's October 8th, 1860. It's from the Mesilla Times, which was the second newspaper ever in this town. And some of the language may be a little crude and biased. I don't know swear words or anything, but it also gives us a basis on why this history matters. Bear with me, please. So the Valley and the town of Mesilla, and just once again, this is October 8th, 1860, on the Mesilla Times. So the Valley and the town of Mesilla. The Valley of Mesilla is one of the most extensive and fertile on the Rio Grande. It is about 40 miles in length and averages 2 in width, thus furnishing 50,000 acres of as good land as it could be asked for, with plenty of water for irrigation and the use of dense population. In this valley, which was believed by the Mexicans to have been the Garden of Eden, is located the town of Mesilla. This thriving place was the first established in the valley. Up to about 3 years since, her increase in size and population was comparatively slow but steady. Since that time, however, her progress has been very rapid. Indeed, by far the greatest portion of this town has sprung into existence during the last 3 years. Where before could be only seen a few scattering jacales, with now and then a few solitary adobe, now is found a population of some 2,500 people, with many large stores, several beautiful dwellings, and a number of public buildings. The rude implements of agriculture and mechanics of the Mexicans are fast being supplanted by those of a civilized people, and the whole country became. Mesilla does not depend so much on towns, which probably accounts in a measure for constant and steady advancement. That's the end of the article. So I'm looking at this property, and I know in addition to that, so we've kind of went over this architectural and the physical, but one thing that's also aligned with this is the family that once lived there, and the gentleman who once owned this home, who is known as Paul Ginther. And Paul Ginther, he lived in this town, but he worked in many places. He was originally from France, in Alsace, and he moved. He was a man of goals and determined. And as you read on him, he's known for his ingenious methods and techniques and approach. He was a gold, a silver, a copper, an ore miner. But on top of all of that, he initiated one of the perhaps the largest dam in Chihuahua, Mexico. And it's known as La Boquilla, and it is one of the most. It was the first hydroelectric dam. It was promised to bring energy to the trolleys, to the town, to the people, the residents living there. It ended up being to power the mine, but there's no shortage of information on Mr. Ginther. He is a significant figure. He became known as Pablo Ginther, living in Chihuahua for some time. He was taken prisoner by Hipólita Villa, which is Pancho Villa's son. He was kidnapped, but he did spend his last 3 years here in Mesilla. And there's a smaller article here, if I can read it, it says that the funeral services were held here. He lived his last 3 years. He died at 85. But he was a longstanding, Mesilla resident. So on top of all this architectural and events, we're talking about significance and integrity. This is an added layer. We don't really see this. There's a street named after him in Camargo, in Chihuahua. He was a prominent man of great importance. You can track his whole life. His wife's tea parties happening in El Paso. He's everywhere. He's everywhere in archives, California, Chihuahua, Texas, and all throughout New Mexico. And I'm nominating this property as an individual landmark, which means there was some concern, and I just received a call not so long ago about spot zoning and saying, well, this isn't part of historic register, and this isn't part of the historic district, but we're already protecting our historic district. We need to really look at protecting buildings that are not protected. They tell a story. We want to celebrate these families and this history that's so unique to our town. Why wouldn't we want to do that? This is rare. We're not able to do that. Not every state or town is able to claim any of this awesome history. So yes, just to reiterate, it's an individual landmark, which it can kind of cause confusion because the plaza is a landmark, right? But when it comes to individual designations and our register, it can be called a landmark because it is a stand-alone building. Any questions on that at all? Okay, and that's all for my nominations. So. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, it was so, thank you.
Any questions for Leon?
Thank you for your attention. I'm sorry. I know it was definitely quite a presentation, but thank you for your attention and thank you. Thank you for your time.
A lot of good information and preserving and having that information. So I appreciate that and all of our work. So far.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Moving into our next item on the agenda is item number 6, public input on cases. This is where the public is invited to the podium to give input on cases that are being heard this evening. So if there's any public that would like to give input on cases, please step forward to the podium and state your name for the record if you would, please.
Richard Knopp. I own the property at 2090 Snow Road. May I hand out something?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is a floor plan of the barn and the house that's on the property. And it'll be advantageous to you to have that as I talk. In the interest of time, I know that time is of the essence, and so I've prepared a written statement here, so I won't waste any more of your time than I need to. So to start out, I just would like to say my great-grandparents, Paul and Mary Ginther, who lived in Mexico, purchased several small farms just outside Mesilla during the early years of the 1900s during the war in Mexico. They were eventually able to put together a contiguous farm of approximately 300 acres. Since they had no intention of living there permanently, they asked their nephew, Victor Ginther, to move to the farm to manage it. Within a few short years, one of his daughters, Grace, needed a place to live with her 2 young children. The 3 subsequently moved to the farm. During the ensuing years, other extended family members came to live on the farm for various lengths of time. My mother grew up on the farm. I was born there 77 years ago, as were my brother, who's here tonight, and my sister. Although my family moved to El Paso so that my father could obtain work, we continued to visit the farm on a weekly basis, a practice that I've continued throughout my life. What would become the farm headquarters consisted of an adobe 1-bedroom farmhouse, an adobe barn, and a row of workers' quarters running parallel to the barn. As the number of family members continued to increase, it necessitated the need to remodel the existing buildings to accommodate them. Additions were made to all sides of the original farmhouse. Eddie, is there any way you could put those pictures of the houses on the farm back up? Huh? Yeah. I think that would be really helpful for the trustees to be able to visualize exactly what I'm talking about, along with the handout that I gave.
Mr. Knott, I was just going to say the timer's going to go off, but I'm going to let you continue.
Thank you so much. I very appreciate that, Mayor.
For you to definitely give more than the allotted time.
Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate that. I wouldn't mind having the same amount of time that Ms. Aguirre had, but I know that's probably not possible. Okay, there we go. So the house that I'm talking about is the one in the upper right-hand corner. That's the original farmhouse. So as I said, additions were made to all sides of the original farmhouse. The entryway was enclosed to become the additional room That's to the right, you can't see it. And the front and back porches were added. As you look at that, that's the front porch. That's, obviously there was never glass like that when it was built. It was an adobe house. They added that on with all the glass. Unfortunately, due to finances, they were not done in adobe as the original house was. It no longer resembles the original farmhouse in any way, shape, or form. The new workers' quarters were built at another location on the farm so that the existing ones could be converted into additional living space for the family. If you look at the handout that I gave you, you'll see that there's a dotted line that shows where the old back to the workers' quarters was before it was extended to, well, this was accomplished by taking out the back wall of the quarters and extending the existing wall to the side wall of the barn, thereby adding 9 additional feet to each of the original workers' rooms. A floor plan of the remodeled barn and the workers' quarters have been distributed to you. That is the building right in the center, to the right, center right. That was the old workers' quarters behind all that glass. It was about 10 feet. When the family extended those all the way to the barn is behind. You can see the barn. Now the house is now stuck onto the side of the barn, and all that glass, the whole length of the thing was put in glass, which is obviously not original. It doesn't look like the original building. It's very modernistic due to my grandmother. She had plants in there. It was very modern. It was very nice, but not original and not rustic and not historic. And now, as you see, it's tacked onto the barn. This made for an unusual and awkward floor plan. An additional glass enclosed porch was added to the entire north side of the house, making it appear more modern. Unfortunately, it was not constructed of adobe either. It no longer resembled the original workers' quarters. This has not only made an unusual structure for the house, but now made the barn appear lopsided and no longer resembles the original barn. My grandmother always thought that she would like to incorporate the barn into the house. And you can see how, because it's already pegged onto it. And again, finances would not permit. If she had been able to accomplish it, it would have added to the history of the farm and enhanced the overall appearance of an otherwise hodgepodge looking building. My brother and sister and I have recently sold the farm acreage. Within an agreement between us, my part of the agreement was that I would retain sole ownership of the remaining 10 acres, which contained the original headquarters. They obtained other family properties located elsewhere. We all depend on the properties which we inherited to sell and use the money for our old age. I personally can say, unfortunately, that other than Social Security, that is all I will have to live on. I've been retired for some years. In putting the property up for sale, I have been made aware that by my realtors that anyone purchasing the 10 acres would have no need for a 4,300 square foot barn that once was used to support a 300-acre farm, which is now I only have 10 acres. I have recently been advised that there was someone interested in purchasing the property. It came to my attention that they wanted to remodel the barn in the same manner that my grandmother was thinking about. It would understandably require placing windows and doors in the south side of the barn. And if you look on that handout I gave you, you'll see where the south side of the barn is. It's facing Calle del Norte. With all the bedrooms on the back side, that's the only part of the building that could be used as an entry. So of course people would want to put a door and windows in the front of their house. I marked that on your copy of the floor plan. I would normally not have been privileged with this information until they made the official offer on the property. Unfortunately, it had been suggested that my prospective buyer visit Eddie Salazar, who I've met several times with, to find out if their plans for remodeling would be acceptable to planning and zoning before making an offer to purchase the property. Evidently, Eddie introduced my buyer, to Liana Aguirre, Mesía's new historic preservation specialist, who I had no knowledge of, nor did I have any knowledge of a historic preservation movement in Mesía. Then they proceeded to my property where Miss Aguirre proceeded to tell my buyer and her builder that she could not put doors or windows in the wall of the barn when converting it from a barn to part of the adjoining house. My realtor, Van Bullock, is here today, and he's going to address you. And he has a handout that he'll give you pertaining to this. But when being informed of this by my realtors was the first time that I had heard my property being proposed of historic preservation. I could not believe that someone from the town of Mesía would go onto my property and dissuade a prospective buyer without even notifying me of pending historical preservation action even being considered. I consider that to be behind the back, underhanded move. I'm then told by Miss Aguirre that the property owner's consent is not needed in this matter. My brother, John Knopp, who lived on the property for 30 years, reminded me that he used to be on the Mesía Zoning and Planning Commission board several years ago. He let me know that the board he sat on would never have considered doing something like this. My prospective buyer has since withdrawn her request for remodeling, and this is again the literature that Van Bullock will pass out to you, and has decided not to go through with a hassle of fighting with Mesía, and has decided not to make an offer to purchase my property, which is listed for $895,000. Many would now consider that Mesía now owes me $895,000. If this situation continues, it will make it virtually impossible to sell my property. The same could be said for anyone else's property that is designated in the future. It will destroy my portion of the agreement which I am with my brother and sister, and require us to go back to the bargaining table to redistribute family holdings. This makes my entire family upset. My wife is ill and needs care. I incidentally had to leave her alone to come to this meeting. I am not young, and I will soon have needs in keeping with my age. I will need the money from the sale of the property to help pay for my wife's and my needs in the near future. We have no family here to help. Ms. Aguirre has publicly stated that the property owner's personal financial situation should not be considered when the historical preservation of the area is at stake. I would ask anybody in this room today as to whether they would be willing to sacrifice their retirement years for the good of the town. The house and the barn have already been extensively changed from their original design. The house no longer looks like a farmhouse. The barn no longer looks like a barn. It was told to me by Ms. Aguirre that the part of the property that remains to appear original is the south wall of the barn. As you can look on my plans, you can see where the south bar, that is facing Calle del Norte, which is the wall which would need to be remodeled to convert to be part of the house. To preserve one wall of one building on a 10-acre property does not appear to me to warrant what is being asked of me and my potential buyers. In the town of Mesía wishes to keep the property in its exact state, I would be more than willing to sell it to the town for $895,000. They could then preserve it exactly as they see fit. But as long as it is under my private ownership, I contend that there should be no restrictions as mentioned by Ms. Aguirre, and if any, only those that are agreed to be by me, the owner. I unfortunately can no way afford to pay out of pocket for something that the town deems historically advantageous, and that I would not receive anything in return and jeopardize my remaining years and those of my wife. The historical significance of Mesía is in its generations of families that have lived here. They settled here to make a life for their family to come. My grandparents would not have moved to Mesilla area and built what the town seeks to preserve today had they known that the town would attempt to treat their family in this manner. We are the history of Mesilla. I have spoken to my attorney about this situation. Unfortunately, considering the short time we've had since finding out about this situation, it was not enough time for him to prepare for this meeting. But he assures me that he will have no problem in doing so going forward if need be. Everyone to whom I've relayed this story, which there have been many in the last 2 weeks, all agree that this is as un-American as anything they've ever heard. I would be glad, at this point, I'd be glad to answer any questions that you might have. I also brought extra written copies of this presentation, if anybody would like to have one for later reference. So, thank you. Yes, ma'am. Sorry. I have too much paperwork here.
Well, I mean, I can get a copy from one of them. Yeah.
I can make you copies. And
Yeah.
email it to you.
Why don't we give it to Gloria,
Yeah.
and then it can go into record, and then it can be emailed to everybody.
Yes. That is yeah, we'll do that.
So Gloria, if you would make sure to have that read into record and sent out to the entire board, if you would, please.
Any questions for me?
Unfortunately, Mr. Knopf, this is a time where it's just public comment, so there won't be any.
I understand.
answers.
Thank you
But
very
thank you
much.
for your
Thank
time.
you for your time.
No,
Thank you.
Appreciate you, sir. Other public comment.
I can have something too.
If you first, Ms.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
Mr.
Van Bullock. Okay. I'm a licensed real estate appraiser in Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Bullock.
Thank you.
Is there for me a test? Oh, forget, I already failed it.
I'm used to tests from your classes that I used to have, so.
Gosh, I guess, can I have one of those copies?
Okay.
I didn't intend to hand that out today, but in response to a question that Trustee Navarro's answered, I felt like I kind of had to hand it out. To read, this is a letter or an email written to me by the person who wanted to buy the property, okay? And I'll read it. It says, "Hello, Van. This email is to recap the walkthrough visit to 29 Snow Road with the contractor, Carlos Quintana, on December 20th, 2025. I arrived at the property to do the walkthrough with the contractor and give him my ideas and thoughts of how I wanted to convert the barn to a family home. The Mesilla historian, Mrs. Aguirre, was already there with the contractor when I arrived. I started the walk in the barn and stated that windows stated the ideas for windows and doors to the barn. The historian then spoke up, said I could not do any alteration to the existing barn because it was an historical building, and on the back side, I couldn't touch the exterior windows either, even though they're in need of repairs and replacement. She said I could do whatever I wanted to do in the interior, but not the exterior. I shared with her the only reason I was interested in the property was because of the barn.
Use the microphone.
I'm sorry?
Use the
I
microphone.
thought I was loud enough. Can you hear me?
You really should.
Okay, well, I'll do that then. My wife doesn't like me to be loud. Okay, I could not, the only reason I was going to buy the property was because of the barn. I could not convert the barn to a home without windows and doors. She proceeded to give me and the contractor ideas to build right in front of the barn, a new existing home a couple of feet from the barn, but that I could not touch the barn exterior whatsoever. After the historian left the property, the contractor knew I was upset about the information Leanna had provided to us. The contract stated he didn't think it was wise to purchase the property, having so many restrictions. He advised me to really think about my decision, and if it were him, he would not move forward. He didn't want to talk himself out of a job, but it was concerned all the restrictions Leanna had mentioned. This was devastating news to me. And when I had a chance, I called my realtor, Kate Felter. I was upset. I asked her if this property is historical, why this property listing did not disclose this important piece of information. Kate then reached out to the listing agent and confirmed that the property was not historical. It was zoned RF. A meeting was then scheduled to meet with Mr. Eddie Salazar, who handles permanent and zoning repairs. After that, Mr. Van Bullock was present at the meeting. Then Leanna stated that it wasn't historical, but that it was in the works, which is not what she shared with me and Mr. Quintana at the time of the property visit. We have since withdrawn the permit request to remodel the barn located in the property, as I have learned that the Mesilla Zoning Committee recommended to move forward with the historical designation. This is what's transpired at the time you're interested in purchasing the property. Due to the decision, we have decided not to move forward with this property. The reason I brought this, Mr. Navarro, you asked if someone could convert a barn into a house. You asked that, and she said yes. Well, you could if you wanted a house without a door or a window. Okay, the only door what you'd want for a house. But my plan today, can be done under the law. We'll leave that. I came to discuss not what can be done, but maybe. I'm a licensed New Mexico State real estate appraiser. I've been doing this for 35 years. I don't do the normal type of appraisers that for a house to get a loan. I handle court cases, estates, disputes, sadly enough, too many divorces. Okay. If there's ever an oxymoron in the world, it's friendly divorce, I found. Mr. Geary stated that historical designation often increases the value of a property. I agree with that for some properties. If it's a property like a commercial property, it might increase attraction to the business. It's not going to do that for this farm. This barn is located a football length on either side from the road. Okay, attraction does nothing for this. Okay, this as an appraiser with 35 years experience, read my appraisal class. Okay, basically, I can tell you this is going to hurt the value of this property. The only reason that the only buyer we've been able to attract for a while, we've been looking for somebody like her that would see the potential in this property. The only reason she was interested in this property is because of the barn, and now we've lost her. By rough estimation, I'm going to guess that this property, the denial of this, if it goes historical, that Mr. Canapa is going to lose about 20% of his net retirement worth, about 20%. That's just kind of a rough figure right now based on my experience and evaluation. Now, I don't want to sound controversial, okay? But how many people here today, and your board or anyone here that came to support this, would be willing to give 5% of their net retirement work to historical preservation? How many would you raise your hand if you'd be willing to do that? Because if you can, I've got a lawyer that drop the paperwork and make it legal. Nobody raised their hand. Doesn't surprise me. I wouldn't either. Okay. But my point is, just because a law might say you can do something, like take some property without, do this designation without owner consent, don't pay them for it. Now, they mentioned that little compensation form program under hardship. Did you see how little money that was? And then they get to decide if it's a hardship, not you. Okay. So if you're a homeowner, lots of luck getting money out of that. Okay, if you're a property owner. I don't claim to have a higher moral character than anybody in this room. We are all God's children. We're all imperfect. But I think there's a higher law than the Preservation Act type of laws that dictate what we should do. Okay, I would refer you to Book of Matthew, chapter 7, verse 12. You may know it as the Sermon on the Mount. You probably have all heard that. Okay. In the Sermon on the Mount, Jesus says, so in everything, do unto others what you would have them do unto you, for this sums up the law and the prophets. Now, by no one here being willing to sacrifice 5% shows me that people who would pass this are willing to inflict a sacrifice on the Knott family that they wouldn't do themselves. Okay. Jesus didn't say, he did not say, in everything you do, except for historical preservation, do unto others as you have them do unto you. Okay. So I would just say, I would trust that as guidance as to what you should do. Okay, this is that we saluted that flag. We said one nation under God. I would like to explore. Oh, and by Mrs. Aguirre mentioned Mr. Ginther, the history of Mr. Ginther, and I've seen that too. Hard to put yourself in the shoes of a historical figure like a Mr. Ginther. I'm sure he was a wonderful man. Do you think if he could speak to you today, he'd say, if you're going to honor me, don't do it with a barn. Honor me by not destroying the economic future of my family. I think he'd say that. Okay. Now, I would like to suggest a win-win situation in this. Okay. I've talked to Mr. Knopp. I talked to Eddie too, and Eddie told me that the city of Mesilla, or town of Mesilla would like to have that property. And I agree 100% with that. I would love the town of Mesilla to have that property. Think of that. 10.85 acres, has over 6 acres of the best water right in this valley, has a almost brand new irrigation well. That could be the best community garden in the whole Southwest, probably. The barn could be used for events. The house might, maybe a miniature museum, something like this. It would be a wonderful property for the town of Mesilla to have. Problem is, I know you guys are rolling in dough, right? I think I'm right about that. So how would you acquire this property? Mr. Ginther and I've talked about wanting to sit down with you, see if there's a way to work out a way for you to purchase the property. Maybe he could come up with some sort of down payment money. He could carry the property on a personal note for a while until you're able to get a grant or something. There's got to be grants out there for stuff like this. The historical people, wouldn't the historical people love to own that property? And wouldn't the city of Mesilla love to have that property? It'd be a great asset. But let's talk together. Let's work out a win-win for everybody. Okay, and don't just taking a man's economic future away so people can stand 300 yards or 300 feet away and stare at an old barn. This doesn't belong on a register, and it's certainly. But if you put it on, if you call it a historic property, it's going to hurt their family. Okay, so I thank you for your time, and once again, just because you can doesn't mean you should. Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bullock. Other public comment?
Can I add one quick thing? There was some confusion over the photographs on the property. People, Mr. thought that that you came on the property, took those photos. Those came from Zillow. She at no time came on the property without being invited there. She did not trespass.
Is that an apology?
Official.
Well, I apologize, sure. It was a mistake. It was just a simple mistake, and I regret it.
Thank you, Mr. Bullock. Is there any other public comment this evening on the cases that are being heard before us? Seeing as there is none, we'll move on to our next order of business. Next item on the agenda under new business, item 7A for approval, PZHAC sign case 062098 at 1200 West University, submitted by Jornada Masonic Lodge, requesting approval to install a sign in a zone, single family R1 zone.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Trustee Nevares. I will open it up for discussion, if any.
Did I? Yes. Mayor, did I miss in the packet the picture of the sign and the information on the sign?
Should have been.
It's on page 195.
I went through it.
195 is the application, and then if you go to page 198, it has a picture of the sign, as well as the location.
Thank you. Yeah, they were stuck together, that's why. Thank you.
Any questions? I just want to note that in this, in all of this, and that Mr. Salazar can kind of take it away if you want, but if you recall when we did the resolution for what can happen within community developments and what Mr. Salazar can approve is that signage within the R1 zone in specific, as it relates to the code, he can approve administratively. However, this one is somewhat of a non-conforming sign to a certain degree because of the structure itself. So that's why we wanted it to go through the process of planning and zoning as well as through the board of trustees for planning as such.
But it's the same similar sign.
That property, and sorry, Mr. Salazar.
I'm sorry, I thought you just had questions I was gonna ask you, but I'll be more than happy to go over the case. Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is, sign, case 062098. This is at 1200, West University. It was submitted by Jornada Masonic Lodge. As the mayor mentioned, this did fall under my administrative approval, but because of the uniqueness of this request, I decided to push forward through the commission and also the board of trustees for consideration and also as a learning as we go, case by case, as we learn, to try to be on the same page and interpret the intent of our code. Mr. Joe Chrisman, applicant for the Jornada Masonic Lodge, is requesting approval to install a freestanding sign on their property 4 foot from the edge of the sidewalk and approximately 50 feet from the west boundary line. As detailed in the sign specs, the sign will be 4 feet by 2 feet and constructed in 3 pieces of 1/8 steel sandwiched together. The 2 outside sheets have cutout letters designs, will be finished with light brown powder coated material. The inner sheet is solid and finished in turquoise powder coat material. The legs will be made out of perforated galvanized steel square tubing. The total height will be approximately 10 feet. The bottom of the sign will be 7.5 feet. The base will be buried 3 feet into the ground with 2x2 square tubings as anchors. The purpose of this sign is to identify where the lodge is located. Mr. Crispin stated that they do a lot of charity work and help the community to giving away items such as wheelchairs, crutches, and other needs people might need. Many struggle in locating the place as it sits back from the main road. The environmental comments of property is zoned single-family residential, although it is not a residential building. That building's been there, I'm told, over 70 years. As records I've checked, it's been over 70 years as a lodge. It is not being used for residential purpose, but assembly type occupancy according to International Building Code, which our Mesilla Code has adopted. Mesilla Town Code 1830.020F, the unlit sign not to exceed 1 square foot in area and containing only the name and address of the occupant. All right, I think that sign is more determined, myself and also the commission, is for addresses and to identify the address number and also maybe like a family name of some sort. And that's why how we, again, as a commission and myself, interpret that to be for residential use. The building currently has a sign, has letters on it. There's big letters on the building itself. I couldn't find any records how that was approved to get those letters up there. And again, also helped us make that decision that if at one point it was reviewed and considered for those letters, and whoever the governing board or the commission did find that that building is not residential, and that's why those letters are on the building. I'm sure all of us know where the building sits.
I'm sorry. So just to confirm what two comments you just, based on the zoning, this sign does not adhere to the ordinance.
Correct.
But you can't find anything that shows how the sign got on the building itself.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
No, it's not the same sign. The one sign on the building is one sign, and the sign they're proposing in this sign. I also wanted, I did some research to find when that area was zoned R1 and why it was zoned R1, if that wasn't ever, and at least the last 7 years, a residential building, right? So again, that is why I find that unique. I found it to be able to bring it to the commission, also to the board of trustees for consideration, also again to discuss and come up with an interpretation of these findings. 1865, I'm sorry.
Could they have applied for a variance to the sign ordinance?
They could have applied for a that is very possible. Again, there was, again, a record keeping is very poor, and to find out it didn't say it didn't happen, maybe it did, but I was not able to find anything. When a proposed sign is in compliance with all the requirements of these guidelines and all other laws and ordinance of the town, the permit may be issued administratively. Again, this just kind of identifies that could be able to approve it or decline it in my office, but I did elect to bring it to the governing board. The lodge has been in existence for a very long time, was not able to find a date, but according to Masonic Lodge number 70, it was established earlier than the Grand Lodge history, and that is known to be established approximately 1877. Upon some of that research, I actually got involved with Ms. Liana herself. It's like, is that another historic, area, another historic structure that we might want to be doing some research on for that purpose? No Messia records found to have a special or conditional use permit, and approval for residential sign requests are considered administrative, but due to the complexity, again, they do stand before you. And you do have it on your packet: proof of ownership, the street view, the sign spec, the sign plan, and the Grand Lodge, New Mexico information. Another additional thing that was brought up during their commission, during the PZAC, that because of the location of the sign is being close to the highway, they will need to seek a New Mexico DOT permit to meet all the requirements, whatever requirements they might have for that, to comply with that sign being where they want to put it. And I stand by.
Okay, the sign itself will not have any lighting or anything.
Any lights?
Lighting, yeah.
Correct. No lighting.
Because that building has been there since I was a little kid, and it was surrounded by farmland. I mean, it's kind of a unique situation that you find there. It's been there for forever. And
Yeah.
I'm probably the oldest person on the board, so I mean, I do remember that. And again, the uniqueness of this structure is that this organization, the Masonic Lodge, does help the community in supporting various causes. So I just wanted to make that comment.
All right. Well, thank you.
And could I offer an amendment? A condition? I would like a condition, an amendment that you mentioned the DOT, that be, I want offer that as an amendment.
Okay.
If this is approved, that they go through that process.
Right.
They need to go through the process.
Thank you.
So hold on, motion on the floor for a condition.
Second.
Second, so motion on the floor by trustee Nevada, seconded by trustee Garcia for a condition that as motioned, that it also go through DOT approval process as well.
I thought Eddie said it had to.
It had to, but I mean,
But this just reinforces.
it does have to
So
go.
that condition motion on the floor. Any further discussion on that condition motion?
You want to take it back, the motion?
Or if we can roll call vote that condition, please.
Just gonna be a formality.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Trustee Cadena? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Burek?
Yes.
Mayor Wilhelm, 4 yes.
All right, now back to the original motion on the floor, sorry, or the case on the floor for further discussion.
I thought there was a sign there at one point where the parking space is at. I thought there was a sign right there on the middle of it. You're not that old because we used to shake pecan trees there. That's what I'm telling you. Yeah, there used to be a sign with a parking space where they parked at. They had the pipes there, and there used to be a parking sign. Not a parking sign, but
A sign, the sign itself.
Yeah. Did you see there's a pole sticking out right there where they're parking at? The sign used to be right there.
Yeah, I didn't, honestly, to be honest, I didn't drive up there to verify there was a sign. I just, on the computer, you can see the building all the way back, and I could see why he wanted a sign. I don't know, I didn't know there was a sign before. I imagine they're bringing this up because there isn't one now. Maybe it's a replacement.
Right, yeah, it was where the parking is, and the sign was
Okay,
It was parallel back then.
noted.
So I don't know if that.
I think that we also, this is a structure that, you know, as we mentioned, isn't residential in nature.
Right.
And there's several other structures along University Avenue that aren't residential in nature, such as the two schools. And those two schools also do have signs that are large and above the process of our residential area as well.
Correct.
So, I mean, it's something else that just in thought. I don't know when or how those ones got approved, but, or if they had special conditions because they're school property.
I would be more comfortable had this been done with a variance, since it doesn't appear to be ordinance, regardless of other entities having, that I'm just not comfortable just because stating that building has one,
And I
don't like.
I mean, I went by there today and the signage on there is humongous. I mean, it covers almost, it's not like it says Masonic in little letters. I mean, it's number 70. I mean, it's huge on the building. I know that they're for the good of the community and they do a lot in the community. And I think it's a building myself. I mean, when we're going to start looking at these, since we're just starting off, I mean, we're besides the plaza, we're still, novices at the historic preservation prospects. But I just don't see how I don't know that it's going to make that much of a difference. I really don't. I mean, the building, it's right after the new subdivision, that used to be agricultural, because the building used to stick out a bunch. There's no way you could miss it because it was surrounded by the green belt, right? But then when the Los Reyes were approved for R1 right there, so that sits between Zia and Masonic building now, that residential neighborhood. So it's a little bit harder to find. From the other direction, you can see it from a long ways. So I just find it difficult to believe. I find it difficult that if you had the address that you couldn't find it, because the address, the name of it, the numbers, all of that are in front of this humongous building that's taller than any other building on that whole street until you get to Zia. And even the mansions in Los Reyes aren't, they're situated differently, and so they're not competing with it necessarily. So I'm just not sure that it's that the reason for it to make it clearer, easier to find is.
Yeah, that was just the reasoning behind it when they turned them in. He gave a couple examples, but that's as far. And then I know that building a lot of the time is empty. They don't really use it, so maybe they're doing it at night when they really can't really see that far back. I'm unsure, but I understand what you're saying. So again, I'm not looking for. I'm just looking to get where everybody's looking at and what the mindset is, so I can.
I just feel like if we do an ordinance, if we do this without maybe a variance or something specific for that building, or maybe it might even intrude a little bit with if we do want to make it a historical site or something like that, because part of Leanna's presentation, which I really appreciate, and that's the feedback I've gotten from the community on historical sites, is that people don't know what they can and cannot do to buildings in order to maybe qualify for something like that would make it even more advantageous for us in the long run, not specifically any one building or anything. But so I'm just saying, maybe that would change it, because we're adding something that's never been there, right? But so I just feel like it would, that it might start other things to now, in R1 zones ask for different kinds of signs that we probably won't be willing to do, except for very big exceptions. And this may be one of them, but just going at it this way, I think puts us in that situation a little bit more.
Opens a can of worms.
Yep.
I mean, I'm just thinking, and I personally, I'm not young either, even though Cherry is slightly older than I am. So I'm very considerate of people, and I'm a nurse. So it does occur to me that that it may not be easy for everybody to see, that if you don't use Google Maps, and you need a wheelchair, that it might not be easy to get to. Those kinds of things. I'm just saying, I'm getting to an advanced stage where those kind of things make a difference. When it's super dark, I can't see. But I just feel like this isn't going to enhance it that much that will absolutely prevent that at any given time, and that it may open us up for other issues. That's all I'm saying. Thank you, Eddie.
I have a question, Mayor. If it was to get denied tonight, would they have the opportunity to go for a variance or no?
They would in 365 days.
Okay.
Correct?
So what was the answer?
So they have a year's time that they can reapply if it is denied today.
I guess it all depends on how you look at it, right? So in our code, that question was brought up a long time ago. And in our Title 18, which is our land use code, and it does state any kind of special use or variance that gets denied has to wait a year to be able to reheard or resubmit it. That's all it says. Any other word in our code does not say if a zoning permit is denied or it doesn't say. It just says a special use or a variance. If it's denied, it has to wait for a year.
That's correct.
So a zoning, if it gets denied, if again looking at our code and depending how you want to read it, if it gets denied, you tell me, is it allowed to come back again and then resubmit it with different conditions or different, so.
I also think that they perhaps should have been, since it didn't follow ordinance, that they perhaps should have invited on, they should have went for a variance.
We talked about that, and a variance requires, a more strenuous, obviously, consideration. And the reason why we're here tonight, and the reason why the P&Z also thought is that a variance is, obviously there's the financial part of it, the additional $375 to submit, a two-week waiting period, and the process of doing so, which is fine. If it needs to happen. But when you see a case where it's not a residential building, it's not zoned properly in the eyes, I don't know how long ago that was there, and also that the 1 square foot sign is interpreted as that sign is more meant for addressing rather than having a business or a assembly building, then that part of the code does not fit the request, and that is why we're here. Yeah, the condition could be set, just like it's being discussed now. Hey, I don't feel comfortable. Just directed through the process of going through a variance. That's basically. But we need to again have them pay the $375 for the sign, and also the waiting period and the direction, because our code did not specify that request. You understand what I'm saying? So that's why we're here, or why I'm here before you. So is it fair for the applicant to have to pay more money and have to wait longer because our code is still, knowingly our code is not doesn't meet all the considerations, and sometimes you have to take it on a case by case, and if we're not comfortable with that, then we'll go through the process that we are comfortable with.
Comfortable with following the ordinance
All
and
right.
with the zoning sense.
Any other discussion, trustees? Motion on the floor with condition by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Trustee Nevares. There is no, with the condition for approval. If there is no further discussion, Gloria, if you can roll call vote, please, for the approval with condition.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Burek,
No.
trustee Cadena,
No.
Garcia,
No.
trustee Nevares,
Yes.
no, and one.
The motion has failed for the approval of PZHA saying case 062098. Next item on the agenda is approval for Terralogic document systems for the court DWI case file conversion in the amount of $8,591.82.
So moved?
Second.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Trustee Garcia, and I will open it up for discussion. What we have here is the magistrate court has asked if we would help out with the billing for our DWI, or not, with the bill to digitize the DWI cases for their records that they are taking over. There are a little over 500 records that will be scanned in and taken care of that. Those records have already moved over, the physical files have already moved over to the magistrate court, but they work on a digital system. So they were asking if we would be able to do that. Given the remaining balance of the general operating that's in the court, as it is, we do still have that amount of funding left to cover that bill. So that's why this request is coming to you. It basically, that amount does almost fully wipe out all of the expenses for the courts for this fiscal year, though. So with that, I'll stand for any questions. Seeing as there are none, motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Trustee Garcia. Gloria, if you can roll call vote, please.
Cadena,
Yes.
Garcia,
Yes.
trustee Nevares,
Yes.
Yes.
Mayor, the roll call is for you.
Thank you very much for approval of the Terralogic document systems case file conversion. Next item on the agenda is approval to the changes in the rules of order.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Trustee Nevares, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. This is the file that I gave to you that I handed out here. It does follow the exact of what we had before, just reformatted the items that were suggested. Thank you, Trustee Cadena, for sending in some suggestions as well. In addition to some of the suggestions that we have there are highlighted in red. Primarily, as you see on the second page, under the minutes, that meetings are video recorded and will be available to the public. In addition to the other ways that the minutes can be reviewed, the order of business, rather than changing the specific order as it is here, because it can also change by what the needs of the meeting, I just changed it and to make it a little bit clearer that the anticipated order of business for the meeting to be set by the mayor for each meeting may include, but not necessarily in the following order, the specifics. And then if you notice, just as we've been doing in our meetings, there has been a change because it was highly suggested change by the Municipal League, is that our approval to the agenda is just that, an approval to the agenda. There is no approval or changes to the agenda, because the only thing that should be changed in the agenda when a meeting is set to happen should be the order of something that's being heard. It shouldn't have anything being removed, and definitely should not have anything being added if there is not the proper notice that's given per Open Meetings Act. And that's that one there. And then on the, what is that, the fifth page, under 2.8, postponement of action, in postponing a motion defers to a definite, or sorry, a motion to postpone to a definite time defers action to a later meeting or indefinitely if the motion is as such. And those are our suggested changes in there. And it was really just a more so a reformatting from what we had here before. Period. Grammatical. Yes. Any other questions or suggestions? Again, thank you for sending those in. This was something that we had at the beginning of the year and made the changes there. I appreciate you all.
Got one question, Mayor. On the rules of voting where it says 3.2 rules of voting on B, members should not explain their vote during voting, which would be the same as a debate at such a time. Do we not have to explain ourselves to vote during an appeal case?
No, not at all. You don't, and there's that. And so this is exactly as it's copied in from here, and there is no. And that was even a thing that was done by the Municipal League in one of the Molly trainings, is that it's not required to give whether the reasoning for or against. It's good practice,
Right.
but it's not necessary by any means.
That's how you build your resolution. That's why.
What's that?
I thought that's how you build your resolution for the next meeting on the appeal case.
That's a great question on that, but this is for general meetings on there.
Okay. All right. Can you look into that? 'Cause I thought on an appeal case, we had to explain why we voted, and then on the next meeting on the resolution, we had to, how we voted got built into the resolution.
Which we don't have.
We don't
That
have
process in
yeah, we don't
here.
have that process.
Well, and that would be on, would probably be
Here?
taking attorney
Yeah.
guidance at that anyway, so.
Would you please? Thank you.
Mayor, I just went to a Molly training and I specifically asked about that in the general procedures. And actually, if we shouldn't put our reasons after a debate, because we're debating and then we make a decision based on that debate or whatever.
Right, it's
we-
already there. That's true.
And so if we add to it or change it where it wasn't mentioned in the debate, then it does create, so we should just vote yes or no. And
Correct.
there are reasons, and if it's brought back to us as a problem or somebody says, if it's brought back to us in the form of a possible lawsuit or something, that's when discovery happens and we go back and look and see what everybody said. I mean, you may have something to add, but that's what I understood from the
Which is the way
municipal-
and that's the way this reads in here.
And I think I made a comment on it.
You
when I
did.
said it.
Sorry, Rob, definitely.
Mayor, Board of Trustees. So usually what the process when somebody's giving a position on a decision, you'll see it set up in a certain way. Like you'll have, I'll give you an example, okay? The City of Las Cruces will have, of course, its Planning and Zoning Commission. The way it's that's set up is that the city's government, like bureaucracy, the community development, will actually make a position for or against a proposal, a variance or something, a zoning issue. And they'll state the reasons very specifically, what they are. Like it should be approved because of this ordinance, it follows these conditions, it's the zoning spot, please approve or deny it. And then if the the commissioners that are on that board of planning and zoning make a decision against that recommendation, they have to come up with other distinctions based off of that so they can have in the record, well, you disapproved it because because there was these findings of rules of the left that basically this should be approved or denied, and somehow it's against that, so there should be findings for that. Now at city council meetings, it's a bit different because you have something that goes to appeal, and again, it's an up or down decision. Like, do you approve it or not? And yes, the discussion you're having at the time for an appeal, whether it's a zoning issue or something else, because there's various different things that happen that get appealed.
it's just an up or down vote because your debate becomes the argument that it's. Now, what happens, you can put that in there. You can put your opinion. I'm voting against this or for this because of X reason. The only issue that there is if you do that, if you're not careful, you could somewhat contradict what you were arguing before. And then what they'll do is this. It won't be like a direct lawsuit. It'll be appealed to district court under like a Rule 74, meaning there's a record review. There could be some other types of claims attached to it. They'll review the record and they'll say, well, obviously you got the city council, board of trustees didn't act with reason, or it was capricious because the statements that were made were contradictory to what the arguments were. They could try to make that type of argument. And so if you're going to give reasons, just be very careful how you. I'm not saying that you would do that or anything like that. I'm just saying, always be careful. Did I answer?
It's in discussion.
Did I answer your question?
Yeah.
Good.
Does that make sense?
And
So
I was talking about the planning and zoning, when they deny it and the resident appeals the planning and zoning decision, they bring it to us. That's what I was talking about. I think we have to make that resolution.
right, but just as it's been noted in here as that is it. So when that comes, it's just like anything else. When that comes to the board, that we go through that process and that public hearing and everything to that extent for that appeal. And then we have the information. We ask, and then there's debate that happens here amongst the board on that discussion. That is that discussion, and then it goes to the vote at that point in time, whenever the call for the vote is made. So during the discussion that happens amongst the board, that's generally where those positions are made as to the stances in there in the discussion. Because if it is made outside of that discussion, that's where there is. And that's what he's getting at, and what Trustee Cadena also mentioned, is that's where we can also have potential extra liability.
And Mayor and Board of Trustees, if I didn't explain that well, it's my fault.
Yeah.
And I could do is I could draft something up, like a little paragraph that we can just share with the Board of Trustees. If I got too long worded or I stepped on my own words or something, it's my fault.
But it's also a kind of a process that is defined by ordinance as well, within the ordinance as it pertains to appeal. So it wouldn't be applicable to the rules of order.
Correct.
And I think it's been historically done both ways by the board, so that's where the confusion is too. But it's never been in the procedure as making a decision and then elaborating on the reason. But so we just needed to clarify that, and you did do that, and I think we understand it. But you can give us a written explanation.
We can save $400.
Yeah. We're okay.
Okay, sorry. My bad. My bad. Right.
I'm the one that brought it up.
So I guess the question for the board is, would you like to see this document amended to reflect that in the case of an appeal?
No.
I don't think it's necessary.
No.
Okay. So is there any other questions or suggestions to the rules of order or rules of procedure as they are noted? With that in mind, motion on the floor by Trustee Nevada, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Gloria, if we can have a roll call vote, please.
Garcia,
Yes.
Trustee Nevares,
Yes.
Johnson Burek,
Yes.
Trustee Cadena,
Yes.
Mayor, the roll call is 4 yes.
Great, thank you very much for approval of our changes to the rules of order. Next item is under new business 7D, approval of resolution 2026-07 for the Colonias emergency funding.
So moved. Second.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Trustee Garcia. And I will open it up for discussion. This resolution is just the resolution for the emergency funding that we have already received in that grant amount. It's just a formalization of the grant to get it to where we get the funding. So, and I would, if it is approved, I will have documents for you to sign after.
Mhm.
Any questions? Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Trustee Garcia. Gloria, if we can have a roll call vote, please.
Trustee Nevares.
Yes.
Yes.
Trustee Cadena.
Yes.
Trustee Garcia.
Yes.
Mayor, the roll call is 4 yes.
Thank you very much for approval of our resolution 2026-07. Next item on the agenda is approval of resolution 2026-11 for our historic property registry designation for 2330 Calle de Principal.
So moved?
Second.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Trustee Cadena. We'll open it up for discussion.
Mr. Mayor, I guess initially when this was brought, and I guess now, I didn't see it, or I didn't think it through enough for not getting permission of the property owners. I guess, and I know this is one of the other cases, but it really brought to mind that maybe we should revisit, or I'm just bringing it up. I haven't really seen anyone opposed to being considered a historic registry. I mean, I would love that. But then I started thinking about the rights of the property owners themselves. We already have strict ordinances that property owners have to follow if they want to repaint their house or install new doors, windows, whatever. I'm just throwing that out there about getting property owner, but I guess it really is more specific for the other case.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, I think one, and you know, Liana can touch on this as well. I think one way to look at it and to think about it is to say that we do have a very strong set of ordinances that do help to support historic preservation, and we should be proud of that and of what we have and what we've accomplished over the years as such. But if we didn't have designated properties, and we had to have the owner's consent per se, even though it's, as it's been mentioned here, that it's not necessarily required. But let's take the Reynolds Barella store, for example. If that was not a designated property and we just went by our ordinances, then by the ordinance, that is a significant contributing property that contributes to the area as such. So if we didn't have that designated, then it wouldn't likely look like it does today, or have the integrity of what it is.
But they were already designated.
But that's what I'm saying is that it went through that process back in the 70s for that, right? So, and this is to reconfirm and to do that because we have had some properties that have changed from the registry as they've been noted, and we need those updates. And it's, as it's been pointed out, it's in this, it's not that there can't be changes that are made because we want those changes to be made. Those properties do need to be updated, and a lot of it in up to current codes and living situations and standards. But I think that that's also a point where I don't know, it's a great spot, if you will, per se, but it's also noted there that we need to maintain the integrity of that. If we don't, then who's to say that it wouldn't be the same tomorrow? Just a thought on that. And to give clarification, Leon.
Yeah, and just a small addition to that is that we haven't had our historic properties surveyed for, I think the 1980s was, so it's almost historic itself. But we need to revisit that, and we're in the process of trying to gather what is a preservation plan, very similar to a comprehensive plan that we're in serious need of. I mean, I can do a historical survey, but that's just, it's called a windshield survey, just kind of glances to see what, but this preservation plan, which is also on the pricey side, it will take a look at all of our historic properties, not including, not necessarily just the plaza, but everywhere else. And, I'm just touching upon places that I know would have some historic significance. So just to kind of think about that, 1980s, that's quite some time ago. And there's going to be a number of more properties, that and this is going to be something that will come into, question is how, we talk a lot about setting precedents here, how can we set precedents for our historic structures? Where we're able to protect them. And I feel like I hate repeating these words, but it's a resource and it's something that we can use and should be respected, also. And buildings do change. And, we do need to welcome that. Even George Washington's, Mount Vernon home was expanded a few times. But it fit over, it happens, but there's smaller additions, there's ways to, and this was a lot what the Secretary of the Interior Standards mentions. And I can also forward that to you. I would love to, get a little bit deeper. I did forward them to Trustee Nevares, so he can see, he questioned, what are the guidelines? What does that look like? And I said, you're able to make additions, David, but the main difference is that it has to be differentiated for any additions or something like that, but it's possible. And so looking towards, the proper, we go through, or as you mentioned, the preservation law goes hand in hand with kind of the zoning laws. And, we need to, for example, a sign permit, we need to have a sign permit if we want that to follow through. If we want to make a building addition or build a fence, a permit has, but that is because of the nature of this town. It's historic and we want to preserve that. You're very welcome.
I have a question, Dan. First of all, thank you for your hard work on it. Historical, for everything on it, but I understand the history and everything else on it, but I also understand where we have to also respect the resident of the owner of the property as well, too. And I do understand that we don't have to have the permission to vote on it, we vote yes or no on it. We don't have to, but I don't want to start conflict either with our residents either of just saying, well, we're going to pick yours and that's just it. I like how you did let people nominate their own property and they do the history, then you do the foot trail on it. Mm-hmm. That's a great idea on that. It's just a concern of, I don't want to pick a property and then preserve the history, but we also have to respect the owner as well too. Of it, we need it. I just don't know, a little, and I mean, I totally get what you're saying. Like, I totally understand what you're saying with that, but it's just, I don't know. I don't want to step on your hard work that you did, because I know your love and passion for the history of it. And I appreciate that you come from, not from Mesilla, you came from New York. Oh, sorry, I probably just said that, but anyways, you came down and, you came from a huge city to a small town, and you're preserving as much as you can. And the love for that is just phenomenal. It's awesome on it. And my other question is if it does get approved, do we have to change the zoning in that area at all? So if it goes to farm and we change it to historical, we don't have to change it? No? Okay.
We're not even on.
No?
Our case that we're on is.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, yeah.
I brought it just.
Yeah.
Because the discussion.
Right, sorry.
No. To address that, I also, it was very hard for me. I didn't know that was the situation. I did know the property was up for sale.
Let me change this up a little bit.
Mhm.
The first property that we have right there, what was the feedback on the owners?
Yeah.
No.
No, it was more, none. None. And I sent out letters of designation and I didn't receive any feedback.
Are they aware of this?
Yes, they said they got a letter directly to their home. And yes.
But the difference here is that this building exists as a commercial, I guess, property.
Mhm.
And there's been no changes to it. And the owner, I mean, whoever owns the property and the store, it's not anticipating any changes to the building itself. So I guess that would lend itself to easier reconsideration as a
Which is, I was,
you know, as opposed to other properties. This already exists as a landmark on the plaza.
that's,
All
yeah,
we're
that's.
doing is recognizing on another level. Yeah. So
Mhm. You know, that's exactly why I put it with all these other properties, because there's definitely a juxtaposition. You know, and yes, because it's already on a National Historic Landmark, but, you know, when, just to your note, Trustee Garcia, I battled with this, you know, I was having a hard time, but, you know, you think about a property such as that would extend past anybody's lifetime. It's for future generations. And when I see it, you know, I have a fear of God in my heart, trust me, you know, and I have a passion, but I also see what it is. You know, I also know that one day, if this doesn't happen, it cannot be there at all. And I drive up there frequently. You know, and I don't go, not on the property. I drive up Calle del Norte frequently, and it's part of our cultural landscape, something that's fading really fast. And at any moment, it can be just gone.
Sorry, we're talking about 2380 Calle Principal.
Oh, pardon. Yes,
That's our property.
sorry. Yes,
Once again,
thank you. Sorry, I got distracted. But yes,
no, I know. So we're talking about Thunderbird.
thank you.
But they were aware that we're doing this.
Correct. Yes, I sent a letter to all of the property owners, a certified mail.
Perfect.
Any further questions, trustees? Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Trustee Cadena. Gloria, if we can roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Burr,
Yes.
Trustee Cadena,
Yes.
Trustee Garcia,
Yes.
Trustee Nevares,
yes.
Mayor, the roll call is 4 yes.
Thank you for approval of Resolution 2026-11. Next item on the agenda is approval of Resolution 2026-12, Historic Property Registry Designation for 2600 Avenida de Mesilla.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Trustee Nevada, seconded by Trustee Garcia. We'll open it up for discussion.
I guess the same question was asked earlier. The property owners were notified. They had no feedback on the designation.
Yes, they were all notified via certified. mail.
Mostly that building has been modified quite a bit too. I mean,
Yes.
since I remember when I was a little kid, it's very different.
It is, it has been, but it, you know, what it retains its original footprint, which is really what we're looking at for historic properties.
All right.
And I believe you said you had a one-on-one talk with her as well too. You had a really great conversation with her.
That's great.
Any other discussion, trustees? Motion on the floor by Trustee Nevada, seconded by Trustee Garcia. Gloria, if we can roll call vote, please.
Trustee Nevares,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Burr,
Yes.
Trustee Cadena, Trustee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor, the roll call is 4 yes.
Thank you very much for approval of Resolution 2026-12. Next item on the agenda is approval of Resolution 2026-13, Historic Property Registry Designation for 2090 Snow Road.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Trustee Garcia. We will open it up for discussion.
I have a question because this property was for sale. It was for sale prior to the notification going out.
Do you want me-
I'm looking for the timing.
Oh, okay. It was, yes, it was for, it is currently for sale. It
But-
is still
but-
for sale.
But they were also notified in the same manner as the other property owners.
Correct, yes.
So when that notice was sent out to these particular property owner, the property was already for sale
Correct,
before this.
correct.
And so, and there are, I guess, my understanding from some earlier conversation that there were already permits that have been requested.
When I had, when I had prior, no. When I had initially presented it to the Planning and Zoning Commission, a permit had just been submitted that day.
Yes, because we see, I'm looking at the timeline because the property hadn't been designated. That's what we're doing tonight.
Correct.
So that's what I'm trying to figure out, the timing of all of it.
Yeah, I understand. It seems as if it was kind of, I guess I would compare it to, it looks like I was trying to kind of cut it off, and my intentions were not to impede on any sale. When the initial, I had already been looking at that property since I'm frequently up that road. I drew a lot of interest. However, in historic preservation, when a property is for sale is when it's at its most delicate. Because the property owner has the potential to change the property and to do.
Mr. Bullock, point of order.
I'm sorry,
Please,
she was being.
please refrain and allow the presentation to continue.
I respect you, yes.
Thank you.
And yes, and so it was then when I was invited to the as stated, the perpetual buyer, she had contacted Mr. Salazar, and we had stated, because I had discussed, I'm looking at that property for historic designation. And so she called him and asked him what would be, what can we do, what would be possible. Then we had that visit. She invited me onto this.
I know, but the timing is, at that point in time, this property had not been designated.
Correct.
That's what we're doing tonight.
Correct. It had not been fully, so my discussion with her was, and it could have been misconstrued because we said, as we had mentioned, we were in the process of designating it. And she also knows we did not, it was not designated. But when I made the visit with her, and I told her about the windows, my ultimate was it would have to go to the planning and zoning. And I was under the impression she already knew, since they had a prior discussion, that it was up for designation. And so I was trying to be very blatant with her as to what would be possible if the property was designated.
Kind of confusing. I mean, there's, in my mind, there was some
Correct.
confusion as about the timeline, because
Yes.
that's being done tonight. That's moving forward, it would be designated, but before then, it wasn't designated.
Correct.
By a vote of the governing board, actually.
Correct.
So,
Yes.
Okay.
What we wanted to be was very transparent. If she were to purchase the property, it's a lot of money, as you heard. We wouldn't want her to purchase the property, then the property be designated, and then all of a sudden she's not able to do the work she's looking to do.
But it is a very unique situation that's not, that doesn't have the same characteristics as the other two properties, because this was in a process.
Correct. Yes. Yeah. I mean, it was.
And that's why, I have these questions, because it's very different circumstances surrounding this property. So,
Yes. And I moved forward with the designation because it was for sale. I'll be honest, it wasn't to impede, but it was to bring forth the value of the product, of the property. I was concerned for the building and its integrity. Absolutely. Sure. It's tough.
Trustee?
Well, I know that part of the reason that you looked at this property, not only does it have a beautiful old structures in it, I mean, even the improvements were really interesting and are pretty old when we're talking about just 50 years or whatever of calling it historical. And also that I know you were motivated also because it was in the green zone. And what we talked about during the entire time that we talked about the comprehensive plan, and what we talk about almost every meeting is preserving the green belt, right? And part of preserving the green belt is preserving all those beautiful buildings in the green belt, the old buildings in the green belt. So, you know, I know that I know what the process was, and we know that in hiring you and talking about historical preservation and all of it, you know, that's your only motivation to do that. And to really follow what you were given about the comprehensive plan and saving the green belt and saving the buildings on the green belt. Because a lot of times, because the historical buildings in the plaza already have safety measures with them. So we already have very strict requirements. So those can even be put on the back burner because we don't know nothing's gonna happen to those. What we really need to bring into the fold is as the things we potentially will lose. You know, I'm at the same time, we are all, as you are too, Leanna, I know you are, concerned for the owner and the arguments that he's made. So, I mean, I do think, you know, it's something to think about. I mean, you know, the owner definitely made his point, right? And we have to think about that. But I don't think that changes your mission. It doesn't change anything about the ordinance, I don't think. I think, you know, most of the time it is going to be a win-win situation every time. You know, this was just one of those things. And I don't know what my point is other than I see both sides of the situation and it's very, very difficult. And I love that property. I wish I could have that property with the barn the way it is. But so you know, but it is heartfelt for the owner also. And but I know for sure that everything that you did was done appropriately and in consideration of the entire process and everything like that, because I know that's the kind of integrity that you have working for the town of Mesilla, and I appreciate that so much. And I appreciate your mission and how passionate you are about it. And we are too. And so, thank you. I'm gonna be quiet.
Thank you, Trustee.
And, you know, I love, again, like everyone said, I love that property. I love the uniqueness. I love the history. I love the barn. You know, but here we have a situation in which the property owners have expressed concern, while I'm not at all not making this decisions based on why they're selling it. What I see is the fact that it is the rights of the property owners, and you know, I love that barn to stay. You know, I hope someone who purchases appreciates the history they have on their hands and will do all they can to preserve it. That's how I feel about all of our history and everything that we have here. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
I just have one thing, well, maybe, you know, me. Once again, I'll say again, I appreciate all your hard work and everything else on there. Everything's a learning, and I hope whatever happens, you continue doing it. It's a learning step. You're learning, you're doing the right thing. You're doing everything the correct way. Don't let anyone put you down. None of it. You're doing it the correct way, you're doing it the right way, and you keep moving forward, and you keep your head up, held high on however this vote goes on. Don't let, because if we don't disagree with you, it's not because we don't disagree with you or we agree with you. Don't let any of this bother you at all whatsoever. Okay, your heart and passions for the historical and is trying to preserve as much as you can, and we all appreciate that. And just remember that, okay? You're doing the right thing, no matter what anybody else yells and some of the rest out there yelling and cussing at you, just send them to the mayor, to the mayor. But just remember, you're doing the right thing, okay?
Thank you. Thank you. Just a small word is we'll come into we'll come to a lot of situations like this. You know, this is just one out of many.
Right.
And so it's something we need to look at, you know, and I get it, you know, but I also see the other side of it. That I also know that it's something that, yes, belongs to a property, but the property lies in this beautiful historic town. So I'll leave it there. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
Any other discussion? Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Trustee Garcia. Gloria, if we can have a roll call vote, please.
Trustee Garcia,
No.
trustee Cadena,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Burek,
No.
trustee Nevares.
No.
Mayor, the roll call is 3 noes and 1 yes.
So the resolution 2026-13 does fail, for the record. Next item on the agenda is approval of resolution 2026-14 for the Mesilla Rules of Order.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Trustee Garcia. And this is just a formal resolution approving the rules of order as they were approved earlier. The resolution's not, it's the same resolution that was read on the other.
It just doesn't have the sign.
It just doesn't have it in there.
Okay. I mean, just FYI.
Good job.
Good job. I didn't find it either.
It's not.
So then I'll, well, there's a motion to approve on the floor. So by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Trustee Garcia, so we can, well, you can approve or you can, as it's presented, or you can postpone to the next meeting and I can include it in that packet.
Do we have to make an amendment then to approve it the way it's presented?
It just needs to be as such, either approved as it's presented,
Motion to approve as presented.
Second.
which is already on the
Which is
floor.
already on the floor.
No, the only, if you all wanted to actually have it on the next meeting, that
Then
would
we
be
need it.
postponed.
Yeah.
All right, so motion to approve on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Trustee Garcia. If there is no further discussion, Gloria, if you can roll call vote, please.
Trustee Nevares,
Yes.
Oh, I'm listening.
trustee Garcia,
Yes.
trustee Cadena,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Burek.
Yes.
Mayor, the roll call is 4 yes.
Thank you very much for approval of resolution. Resolution 2026-14.
Yeah.
Next item on the agenda is approval of resolution 2026-15 for 2026 Colonias application for the water use.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Trustee Cadena. I will open it up for discussion. This is just the Colonias application, the authority for submitting the application, so on and so forth, for our water tank project. All of the funding requests would come through forward in the future with the application, so on and so forth. Any questions?
This is to apply, right? Okay.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Trustee Cadena. Gloria, if we can roll call vote, please.
Trustee Cadena,
Yes.
trustee Garcia,
Yes.
trustee Nevares,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Burek.
Yes.
Mayor, the roll call is 4 yes.
Great, thank you very much for approval of resolution 2026-15 for one of our Colonias applications. Next item on the agenda is approval of resolution 2026-16 for another Colonias application for fire hydrant replacement.
So moved. Second.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Trustee Cadena. I will open it up for discussion. And this is the same as the previous one, the intent to submit the application for fire hydrant replacement. Seeing as there is no discussion, with motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Trustee Cadena. Gloria, if we can roll call, vote, please.
Trustee Cadena,
Yes.
trustee Garcia,
Yes.
trustee Nevares,
Yes.
Johnson Vera,
Yes.
Mayor Garofalo.
Thank you very much for approval of resolution 2026-16 for the second Colonias application. Next item on the agenda is item K, approval of resolution 2026-17 for the LGRF cooperative agreement.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Trustee Garcia. And I will open it up for discussion. This is just the LGRF agreement for local government road fund for the authorization to move forward with the application. Is there any discussion? Seeing as there is none, Gloria, if we can roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Vera,
Yes.
trustee Garcia,
Yes.
trustee Cadena,
Yes.
trustee Nevares,
Yes.
Mayor Garofalo is 4 yeses.
Thank you very much for approval of resolution 2026-17 LGRF cooperative agreement. Next item on the agenda is approval of resolution 2026-18 local solar fund designation, Souter Miller and Associates.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Trustee Cadena. We'll open it up for discussion. This one is just the same as the previous resolutions. The intent since there's a local solar fund that is provided by the state for us to go after solar funding to put solar panels up at the water wells and have Souter Miller and Associates complete all the application process. Is there any discussion? Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Trustee Cadena. Gloria, if we can roll call vote, please.
Trustee Cadena,
Yes.
trustee Nevares,
Yes.
trustee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Vera,
Yes.
Mayor Garofalo is 4 yeses.
Thank you very much for approval of resolution 2026-18. Next item on the agenda, item M, approval of ordinance 2026-01 for our wireless telecommunication facilities updates.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Trustee Nevares, seconded by Trustee Garcia. We'll open it up for discussion. But
Okay,
if
so
you have any,
Mayor, Board of Trustees, and I was just going to wait for questions, but I'd like to thank, there was a lot of work put into the actual formatting at the end of this, and I'd like to thank Gloria or whoever worked on this, because it was kind of a nightmare. I mean, as far as fonts were changing, things became invisible, like the ink would change white if I changed the font, like the margins on stuff, because it was made from 4 different things, cut and pasted from different groups adding things. And so there was some difficulty there. And I did do the best I can formatting. So did my paralegal. And I'd just like to thank whoever did that, if it was Gloria or anybody else. I don't know who finished that. First off, the reason though the ordinance, I kept the language from the Washington version of the ordinance that was put into there. I didn't change a whole lot. I took out some case law from the Ninth Circuit because one, it's not really relevant. It doesn't create precedence here. And plus there might be some changes. And I think to keep it general is better because the attorneys are going to work on this case. If there's a new tower comes in, if it's contested, it's not, that case law is not, obviously they're going to turn that case law. All it can do is hurt by saying, well, you see that the Board of Trustees, when they passed this, had a wrong intent, how they were applying case law that was not relevant to this circuit, the 10th Circuit. But I kept all the language in there as far as what the shot clocks are in there, as far as there was a discussion. I think really some of the discussion really wasn't for an ordinance. I think it was a description as to why it's in the ordinance. So it was a description about, well, sometimes, the towers are supposed to have a certain radio frequency that is supposed to be safe for humans. It's under the Telecommunications Act. Sorry, I was working on that earlier today. But basically, there's a range with acceptable radiation, RF radiation, and they have a discussion about, well, they actually had to go and test this, and they found out that maybe sometimes these towers weren't actually having the frequencies they're supposed to. They were having maybe dangerous frequencies. And, they talk about how they would drive from the towers and make measurements. That discussion's not necessary for an ordinance. What's important is the type of, what kind of radiation there's allowed, the acceptable limits. Again, it's all by under the CFRs or the code regulations under the Telecommunications Act, what's allowed. I kept all the language from the previous, which is original ordinance, which is radical changes. I left a general definition for a view corridor. Again, I would suggest that if you're going to have a view corridor, is for this board of trustees to pass it and have somebody like us, because it's not enough to say, well, I want a view corridor of a vista from a certain street, because we need a civil engineer to say, well, how far back, at what distance, at what height, and those types of things. I mean, because all those are kind of issues that go in and you're kind of well beyond my competence. I'm not an engineer, my dad is. But I think you would need somebody to have that sort of definition of what something is, so you don't have later on people with property rights further down the road, maybe that not really too close to the maybe downtown, or maybe not the old town, that may not have the impact that you're really looking for when you're talking about view corridors. Because view corridors could be about actual natural vistas. It could be actually what you're looking at in historic buildings. It could be a number of things. So again, I think that's something that would leave it really broad in general. And again, the purpose was to marry the three different types of things that were in there, contents, so you can have a good general overview. Again, when a new it'll be a while, because you already have a tower here. I mean, that means it's unlikely they're going to be successful at putting another tower here. And in the short term, like they're not going to come next year and try to put another tower, because you have a really good argument against it. You have something called saturation. You can't have you can't just keep putting towers in for such a small population. There's a limit. And so, the thing I see in the future, like in the near future, would be maybe small cell towers, not because the population is going to change, but because society is changing. And I don't know, everything that people own now have a Wi-Fi signal. I mean, my fridge, dishwashers, cars, and appliances in cars have it. So it's not just your phones anymore. And I mean, granted, the phone alone is, how people use it as a computer / TV and other forms of entertainment. Just means that there's a Wi-Fi burden. And so I'm just saying that the future will be looking like, I would say the short-term future, you're probably looking at small cell towers coming in. So I want just to have all three sections, the original ordinance, the P&Z, I would say amendments, let's put it that way. And then of course the Washington ordinance to all be there, sort of married together. That's why I even left certain terms in, even though it's necessarily repeated, because when I want whatever iteration of the council, the board of trustees comes before an application, I want these terms that may be used in the application, because the board of trustees is going to be asking questions. And if you have all the terms in there, even if they're not necessarily used in the ordinance, you'll be familiar with the industry terms, those questions that come by. Again, I do have some concerns about the future of what the Telecommunications Act will be like, and what will the FCC what those rules are, because that's what we're kind of guided by. Based on the Chevron ruling from the Supreme Court, the overturning of that, it seems like now they want Congress to make decisions and pass laws, and the Supreme Court will no longer give deference to just like those, the FCC and other, executive boards. So I'm just saying, I don't know what that will be like, but I think now we have a good general sort of platform for whatever iteration of the board has an application.
Thank you for your work on it too. Trustees, discussion.
No, I understand the changes that you outlined. Obviously, we're not in the 9th Circuit. It's the 10th Circuit out of Denver that governs, has a jurisdiction. And I appreciate your thorough review of what turned out to be a very lengthy document. So thank you for that.
Any other discussion, trustees?
No, I mean, I think it's, we're, just like you said, we're subjected to whatever the FCC decides to do next, which may not be conducive to what we would want here in Mesilla if it were to come up. But we are very saturated and we don't know what the future brings. So I think it's something that we can, I appreciate all your work and I think it's a good document. And I think you do have to take your advice and get definitions specifically for us, because I do think that the line of sight or visual thing, it's confusing. It can be.
On the view corridor.
Yeah, the view corridor. I'm sorry, line of sight is a thing I have in my mind. But yeah, so I thank you.
Any other discussion, trustee?
Just, trustee Nevada's helped work on this, correct?
Mhm.
Thank you for, working on it as well, too. Trustee Nevada's?
Yeah, I worked on it, but so did a few other residents. So I think Dasha's here and Andrea, are part of that group. So I appreciate the residents and their input too, because they really put a lot of effort into this too. So it's been almost a year now, but we have it before us. So it's a it's a culmination of a lot of effort and different parties. So thank you everybody that have hand in this. Thank you.
If there's no further discussion, motion on the floor by trustee Nevada, seconded by trustee Garcia. Gloria, if you can roll call vote, please.
Trustee Cadena? Yes. Trustee Garcia?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Burek?
Yes.
Trustee Nevada?
Yes. Yes. Sorry. Yes.
Mayor, the roll call is 4 yes.
Thank you very much for approval of ordinance 2026-01 for an update to our wireless telecommunications ordinance. Next item on the agenda, item N, approval of ordinance 2026-02, an amendment to Mesilla Town Code 18.60.340 general provisions concerning wall height between McDowell and Bowman along University Avenue.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by trustee Cadena. We'll open it up for discussion. Give Mr. Salazar if you'll give a little background.
Hi, good evening again. Yeah, this is one of the hearings we had, the last meeting, I believe. And, the reason why we had this hearing is to help some of the residents' concerns with the wall height, the privacy, and the safety of the properties with the expansion or the widening of the university project. And I did meet with the attorney, our town attorney, and we came together with the solution is to, our code dictates that we can only allow 6 feet maximum on wall height. Some of these properties along this corridor here are not the same grade. So for one, it would be an inconsistent wall along that trail. So we decided that measuring the grade of the 6 feet of the wall would be measured from the outside where the trail is at. So there's a consistent 6 feet along that trail. And that would help with their privacy and their safety of their property. There was no extra requirements on top of the zones requirements for building fences. Like, do they all have to be rock walls to match the other walls for visual purposes? And our attorney advises not to put those restrictions, just to follow the restrictions or regulations that the zone itself implies. Other than that, we did have a good turnout on that hearing. We did have a lot of residents stop. They did make some comments, and we, again, our decision was to allow the 6 feet. On the opposite, on their side of the property, that wall might look like it's 6 or 9 feet. They also was aware that Mr. Maese was here, that I did advise anytime there's a wall that's retaining dirt 4 feet or higher, it needs to be engineered, which through a engineer, so they can engineer that wall properly, the footing and all that, so it's not going to fall over. Other than that, I stand by for any questions.
Trustees? Discussion? Seeing as there is none, thank you, Eddie, for that thorough explanation. Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by trustee Cadena. And if there's no further discussion, Gloria, if you can roll call vote, please.
Trustee Nevares.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Burek.
Yes.
Trustee Cadena.
Yes.
Trustee Garcia.
Yes.
Mayor, the roll call is 4 yes.
Thank you very much for approval of an update, ordinance 2026-02 for an update to MTC 18.60340. Next item on the agenda is approval of ordinance 2026-03, amendments to the Messiah Town Code 18.65 concerning signs, A-frame signs, maximum size in commercial zone, and temporary signs.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Trustee Garcia. We will open it up for discussion with Mr. Salazar giving a little background.
Yes, this is again another one of the hearings we had. Was our sign ordinance, more focused on the commercial zone. They are, we looked at our ordinance on the sign Title 18, and most of that sign ordinance is reflective or is towards the plaza area. So where the restrictions, which they're fine, is just there's not much emphasis on the other zones like the commercial zone. One of the things that we did discuss was the recent building being the restaurant being built there in the commercial zone. And then discussion was that that building, the size of the building, is only going to be one business. Should we require them to only have a 25 square foot sign, which is a 5 by 5 sign, which wouldn't look very compatible with the building. That was one. So a discussion, was compared with Las Cruces and Doña Ana County also have the ordinance where this allowable sign size, the square footage, is compared to the linear feet of the building itself. 1.5 linear feet is comparable to 1 square foot of the sign that's allowed on the structure on that particular wall. We also talked about the sandwich signs. We do have in our ordinance in the past. It was discussed because it is in our ordinance stating that a sandwich sign, A-frame sign, is allowed for a 3-month period, which tells me it was more for experimental purposes, and the board was going to go back and revisit it to see if they were going to continue to allow it long term or not. So I felt like that was a unfinished business that we needed to pick up on. The commission did discuss it. We did also have some feedback. There already, it's a struggle with the codes department. There already are sandwich signs out there in the plaza to kind of help promote some of the businesses or menus or whatever. So we sat down and we talked about that as far as being able to regulate that. The commission did decide, or we decided that they should be allowed, but they need to be on the property. They cannot be on sidewalks obstructing traffic, arranged such that they need to be picked up every day and put back in. It kind of helps, and they also do need to get a permit through the community development department. So again, that was already mentioned in our code. We would just kind of follow through and got that finished up on that. Another thing on the sign ordinance we discussed was the temporary signs. Ordinance, there are two temporary signs are allowed per year, which is a 2-week period per temporary sign. We try to identify what is the sign and what is intent. Again, the cases I came across was a lot of the promotional signs, like around the 4th of July, Cinco de Mayo, those kinds of things where businesses want to put out there in the commercial zone. Again, like those feather flags to kind of attract people. We're open 24 hours, special or whatnot. The current ordinance that we had only allows 2 of those a year, and which is a year, 2-week long. So we decided that wasn't quite enough, and then we went up to four per year with the same amount of time, with 2 weeks per temporary sign that is issued. That'll also allow other holidays such as New Year's and such, so where in case they want to use those temporary signs. We discussed the Lucky's gas station, right? There's a bunch of signs that came to the board a while back. There are a bunch of signs, and we just, what is determined to be again, a reasonable for them to use. A lot of the island pump signs that I stole that from the Cruises as well. They regulate that those are not part of the sign that's allowed on the property because it's more of an operational safety requirement by the state, identifies the pricing of such. So we included that on our code that the gas pump island signs are not part of the allowable signs that the code dictates for commercial zone. Lastly, we did speak, also discuss that similar to earlier, the request from an applicant could not be clear in our code, and in efforts to give them due process, as long as it's a justifiable request, that the P&Z would listen to it, would hear it. Now, with that, it could be redirected to whatever which way that the P&Z feels it needs to be felt. I just, a lot of the times, I struggle with, again, trying to find the good, trying to help people to the commission, and a lot of times I hold back, and I want to give the applicant, their rights to be at least be heard, and where to go from there. Similar again to today, if the commission heard it, the commission did approve it, but if, for instance, they would have decided, no, it needs to go through a variance, no, it needs special use, no, we can't do that, period, then that's fine. It's just, that's the determination and the authority that commission has along with this board. So there was, again, mentioned in there that as long as the request is justifiable, that the commission do have the right to consider it as requested. Other than that, that's all I have, and I stand by for any questions.
I have a question, maybe regarding the sandwich signs. So if business is not on the plaza, and they want to put up a sign, somewhere else with an arrow saying,
Well, the directional signs is in our code. It's under exceptions, right? You don't need a you don't need a permit for that. Say something that says open or parking this way. I mean, that just it's the directional signs are called. But yeah, if it's a sandwich sign, then yeah, they would definitely need to get a permit for that.
Yeah, but it's specific to a sandwich sign. It has to be on the property.
It has to be on the property, correct?
Thanks.
Eddie, so I guess I have a problem. Well, one, I guess going back to Lucky's, because they've got signs in every one of their, Lucky's, I almost called it Shorty's. They've got signs in every one of their windows.
Yeah, the signs, the windows are on the inside. They're it's code dictates it doesn't. Code doesn't say anything in commercial zone. It does dictate, again, everything that's being is for the plaza area. The commercial zone, the plaza says that you got the sign indoors can be more than 3/4 that covers the window. So, but it's not considered a sign because it's inside. But they do have additional signs on there. And you're correct. There is the bottled water, the propane, the additional signage and stuff like that. They do have a lot of signs, and then we did talk to the code enforcement at the time, but something's going to have to be revisited.
And my next thing, I guess I'm concerned, because now you say just on the plaza and things like that. So these temporary signs, I don't see them being monitored either, because these I'm concerned with businesses having 4 banners outside their property, their store. And I know for sure of 2, they're up year round with their 2 banners. They've never been taken down.
I'm not, I didn't know that. We could do 2 and then 2 again at a separate time. There's always going to be, so there's no 4. It's not meant for the plaza. Again, this is just specifically for the commercial zone, allowable up to 4 banners. No, not general commercial. Yeah, not general commercial.
But it doesn't state that.
Okay,
It does not state that in the ordinance.
all right. Well, we can put regular commercial, we can put only 2 at a time. It's it's open for discussion, so we're open to
Yeah,
whatever.
because it doesn't, yeah, it doesn't specify. So that's what I'm saying. I mean, yeah, that's historical commercial, and then, yeah, there's the regular commercial. But, yeah, we're gonna have, this is saying we can have banners all up and down the plaza.
Correct.
So I have an issue with that.
Okay.
Condition?
Yes.
Because I mean, that's,
I know, that's, I was trying to think how it's there.
because you're talking on about 1865.
Yeah, yeah. And, I mean, my fellow trustees, do you wanna stick to the 2 signs, or do you want to add language that specifies, and still, then again, I'm still concerned with banners,
We would,
you know, outside, say Hacienda or the Casablanca. I would like to make an amendment to the motion, a condition that for 18.65.130 temporary signs, that we go back to allowing 2 temporary signs per year.
motion on the floor for condition to strike the 4 and go back to 2 on 1865-130, made by Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second for the condition?
I'll second it.
Seconded by trustee Garcia. We'll open up the condition for further discussion.
Were you gonna add the historical or?
No. I was just gonna leave it to go back the way it was,
Okay.
because then I'm still thinking about all those places in the general area that would have 4 banners be allowed, even
I think that the way that you're interpreting it is, and I think that's where we get lost in a lot of this. It's because I think the way that I interpret it is that we have a temporary sign that can be up for 15 days out of the year. This is allowed to be no larger than 15 square feet in area. And this temporary sign that is allowed 15 days out of the year can be put up 2 times out of the year.
but it's not, they're not following that.
No, I know, but that's the way that,
And it also says any banner, which are those,
that's.
and, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Right, but that's, so maybe in looking at it, it's to allow each business to like reword it to where there's the potential to allow each business to have 1 temporary sign up for a 15-day period 4 times a year. I think that's the intent, correct?
Yes, now I'll have all 4 at the same time. It was 2 each, but
4th of July, the other was one of those in New Year's Eve. For 15 days, 1 sign would be up, not 4 signs.
Not 4 separate signs. I think
So
that's-
gotcha.
So it's just giving them more opportunity to
To promote.
advertise
Correct.
or promote
Not 4
themselves.
signs.
Right.
Because
that's
Lord knows
what-
if I had.
that's what I was
would
thinking,
not want to
4
have
banners.
4 banners up for 15 days.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
Okay.
Unless I'm the
So,
first one
and-
that takes up.
And
But there is a business, there are 2 businesses that
So,
do have,
I would recommend those that, to bring them to my attention or to staff's attention, and let's get on that.
okay,
So that would.
so I,
I mean, just because people don't do what they're supposed to do, we shouldn't punish everybody else, right? We should just go and see those that are violating the code.
well,
Correct.
the
And-
mayor
and that's-
explained it much better, so now I understand. The mayor explained it much better. Not to what you were saying, I mean,
So are you gonna
explain what
retake
this,
this?
yeah.
So are you gonna retake?
I rescind my condition, my amendment to amend my, say it for me, Mayor, please. I'm gonna blame it on the time change.
So there is a rescission by Mayor Pro Tem who made the original motion for the condition to rescind that condition.
Yes.
Okay,
Is,
I'll second what you just said.
correct.
Eddie, can I ask you a question? Can I ask?
Well,
Or
we
still
we
on
do,
the
we do
second?
just, because we have a rescission of that, so just the formalization, if we can have a roll call vote on the rescission of the condition. Gloria, if you can do that, please.
Trustee Garcia,
Yes.
trustee Cadena,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Burek,
Yes.
trustee Nevares.
Yes.
The roll call is 4 yes.
And it's just the formalization of the rescission which ultimately, it's not formally necessary because trustee or Mayor Pro Tem made a motion, so she has the opportunity to rescind that motion as it has been presented. But because there was a formal second on that motion, I think just for clarity, it's good for us to just have that formal vote of rescission. So we do go back to the original motion and discussion on the floor that we can continue. Other discussion?
So when you were so we did get requests that this be extended, the temporary sign?
Yes, they do. It's fireworks.
Okay.
It's fireworks. And then also, whenever the heart of the desert move over, they by the time they moved, they needed to put a sign, but the sign was going to take longer than 2 weeks. So, they wanted to leave it longer, and then grand opening, those kinds of things. Other businesses wanted to put banners up and those such, but they're only allowed if they do it or not. I'm not out there watching them. Maybe I should, but the temporary signs are only out for 2 weeks. That's
Yeah, I mean, when we were walking around just this last week, we had, merchants, businesses say that they would like more, they would like to have more directional signs for one, like right now, the plaza that gets most business, and there's businesses outside of the plaza that would like signage that says there's a gallery, there's a restaurant, there's a this, there's a that, down the road, right? Because people stick to the plaza. So I was just trying to think if you had gotten requests from the businesses that wanted more directional signs and so forth.
One of the things that the New Mexico League has mentioned already twice when we talk about not so much signage, we talk about our code and variances and amendments to our code. And then both times when they mentioned was if your residents or your businesses continue to violate your ordinances, you need to look at your ordinance because something is not right? Because they still want to. I mean, not everybody are ordinance breakers or law or criminals. There's something going on. It doesn't say you need to allow it, but you said you need to look at your ordinance to see, how can you help your residents because something is missing. And the excessive sandwich signs that continue to go up and the banners, some of these businesses feel like they need to draw more people in. The plaza is going to be hard because, again, our code says that sandwich signs need to be on your property. Some of those businesses go the property line, but they're not going to have, they're not going to be allowed to have sandwich signs on the sidewalk. So, I mean, you can't help everybody, but I mean, this is something that we talked about.
Thank you, Eddie.
I mean, on the flip side, when you drive into Cruces, their signage is horrific. I mean, you go in there and all you see is signs going to Las Cruces. Come into Lucia and
Yeah. And we look at, I always call it the swap meet, right? You don't want to have neon signs and all that other stuff. You definitely don't want.
And that's what, Liana, and we all talk about, right? Is preserving the heritage and everything. And really, you can really tell when you leave Mesilla and get to Las Cruces, that just you're inundated with signs from every business, every little nook and cranny is filled with signs. And you get out of Las Cruces into Mesilla and it's nice, So there's a balance. But I appreciate the work you get on this, and I think we have to be business friendly because we know that that's where GRTs, I mean, you know, we need to be nice to everybody.
And trustee, you had also mentioned the potential of wayfinding signage is what it's called, that would be on town property saying gallery, shops, whatever, plaza, whatever. That would be something that would be done by the town on town property through capital outlay. So as we're going through this budget request, that is a potential capital outlay project that could be brought up. If you,
Well,
so,
that's
so
what,
if-
and I have to admit, I was wrong, because I like totally poo-pooed the getting a sign on the median, and when we heard from our businesses, everybody wanted a sign on the median to say, there's the plaza, and to me, you just take that first right near the plaza, but other people drive right by it, and then go to the one way, and they're still not there, they keep going, and then they have to go.
I still drive by it. I still miss it.
So, I mean, we may have to consider directional signs. So we'll, I'll do that.
any other discussion, trustees? Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Trustee Garcia. If we can have a roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Burr,
Yes.
trustee Cadena,
Yes.
trustee Garcia,
Yes.
trustee Nevares,
Yes.
Mayor, the roll call is 4 yes.
Thank you very much for approval of our ordinance 2026-03 for amendments to the state code 18.6. Next item on the agenda, item 8, executive closed session for the governing board, where the governing board will convene an executive closed session pursuant to section 10-15-1 H2 NMSA 1978 for discussion of limited personnel matters, including the appointment, employment, evaluation, discipline, or dismissal of a public employee for the Marshal's Department, as well as the governing body convening an executive closed session pursuant to section 10-15-1H7 NMSA 1978 for discussion of personnel matters pertaining to attorney-client privilege pertaining to threatened and pending litigation.
So moved.
Motion on the floor by trustee Nevada, seconded by trustee Garcia. Unless there is objection or discussion, the board will convene into executive closed session. Time is now 8:17. We are moving to executive closed session.
Moving to the bathroom.
This sucks.
Oh, God.
You gotta stretch.
Yes.
You do? Okay. Oh, yeah, sorry. I mean,
No, they always have.
So yes,
It's like that.
Oh, yeah. Are they back here again? You know, I need to verify that. As far as, I know what you're, just, yeah, that anybody has to, that's going on this trip. But I need to check that. Like an out of town.
It's not.
Yeah. And the board, the parents go with their kids. to their room. The timing might complicate, is it lunch? But, I mean, if we had to, we could say, we have to say, if you don't make a lunch, you need to sit at the table, just hold the kids. It just seems. I think you're no, he's just, he's. So I am, the timing wasn't right, but I was reading this. And so I was trying to catch up. To clarify this, and then, I'll practice. Other things. I'm just trying to be smart.
Because when I deleted it.
I know when they go on, if they want to go trips, they I know. But this is, you know, one of those. Yeah, so. You were, I never had one. The schools for so long. They're like, oh yeah, whatever. I mean, maybe I did. But they took what I got. They haven't asked me, so I interpreted that. But when you do dinners.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I felt my life.
Alejandra, called me today.
Requirement
Because
for
of the
approved
t-shirt thing, and I told her, I said,
patient, anytime you have patient contact. So if you're making a PC.
So,
today, you have to address.
Yeah.
Entonces sería las 6:30.
I had to ask, well, Brooklyn,
And then you have to.
Oh, está muy bien ese.
They're very.
yeah, they go way more, because they have one by the bar, on the back side.
I know.
That says, the section is closed. That's right in there. It was right in the middle. It's like-
I noticed that.
Is that right in the sidewalk?
Yeah.
HIV.
Yes.
No, and then they had another one
Another one's.
like that.
And then
And then on
yeah, I mean, still,
the
signatures.
and then the candle in the house. And then I took photos and sent to the, because when I was working, and then the art place. I never been to the directional side,
Other fingers there.
it's not big, it's small.
That one is the one that seems more.
Yeah, and then, you know, do they leave? Have you seen the cameras?
How many more does he need?
You know, do they even need this stuff?
I'm still driving.
I'm trying.
Once we
Get there.
Somebody
I'm meeting in that
Shorter.
So I've never, I was teaching, it doesn't sound. It doesn't, there's certain things going on as it is, but which section and everyone comes in. I go to the missions and I go on the meeting, I suggest the meeting, I can see the history.
Yeah.
I already talked about it.
Yeah.
I know there's a lot of things changing back.
Pieces and pieces.
But it's not what I do like.
Nobody's here except them,
Yeah.
but I wanted to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just, and this is what I sent to Andre.
Babies.
I wanted to. on the board of trustees. Right, so, because this is the average amount.
Oh, I was wondering.
Mine. And it's.
Yes, it is. It's so the system.
No, it's like Monday, Tuesday.
Is that
Tuesday, like,
yeah.
Yeah, and they have your age, it's, patients, all of. Yeah, you can scan, so you're gonna have. I registered. Yeah, the regular medical history. And it's good because you're not always
What am I changing this drive?
because they have
Right.
food.
So it's not like who's get up.
They'll shake all of them.
Yeah.
Or it's still tricky to me.
I think it was maybe they was just back in the days, I guess they thought.
No, I'm just gonna do this. Base that is.
Yeah, it's just like that. Well, that's the registration.
Oh, you do.
So I sent it to Andrea,
Okay, cool.
so she has it.
So you're gonna use
Yeah, because I was wondering. You know, coming to that.
Emergent, non-emergent. People check, you have to, this is the, so. They're commemorating the but it's actually the 21st. Yeah, who was running this one, and she, that's not gonna be in there.
So you just.
To me,
I don't know.
there's a narrative regarding so,
Did you just get used to it? You just, hey, oh,
stuff, yeah, it's not just stuff, it's you expect to see where you hurt negatives, positive, so it's, so if they, but like the, yeah. So,
Yeah.
this is just.
Maybe it's for the kids, I don't know, going to school.
Space elephant is nice radiation.
Other than.
That's
Hopefully the last.
Other
Did you
than,
ask
other
the
than
question?
you give us the.
Usually you can ask those
Like,
things.
for example,
It's open curiosity.
and then of course, supplements automatically goes on. You have your.
Yeah, look at it, like time sometimes hard, that's it.
Grandma, what? Is that all right?
But see our school is
Time, and then you get up.
participating in teacher, oh, so these are the things.
Your cars.
So those things that aren't in there, are we assessing?
I didn't think it was just very 7:30.
Even the, you know, I like it for tell a story, and here's my story.
The only one that changes like
Something stuff
something.
in coverage. We're-
So.
Well, that first one that we had, to me, in my training.
It's like, it's a clock like that.
Years ago, 5 years.
Digital?
And it's 200 was
She might clock.
So what?
I leave it like that all year round.
Patient.
When I'm alive, now it doesn't have battery, now it's just.
So
There's been 10:30
you
since.
can't do it to that extent, this time.
Too much. Yeah, going well, well.
So you're gonna have that. And like, I have to do this. But you can write it in handmaking workshop. That's just the Indian format, and they use this. And they make these kids, and this is a Indian student center on campus. And then
Because
this, this
still want
is.
to stick with each other, because I know every other place he's at, like, the other reason why I need to leave, wants to stay on HR is because that's what he's at.
So this
I think the
is
same
a
goes for-
poster that's building out to, this is, I think you have to, yeah, these are the.
I'm gonna-
Oh, that's-
They want to have it, because.
So this is in conjunction?
No,
This
same.
is same thing.
Yeah, this is just different. What I showed you was safety.
I get it. Right, I still on this.
Right, oh, yeah. She has an internal student that the company is asking for that.
Yes.
The village, tell the village.
I still do. So it's easier. When I was at, when I used to use the Zoll
So
resources,
this,
you would hit the protocol and it would auto-populate the section.
where's the,
So like guys,
oh, here, this is what
like the chest pay.
the
Chest
kids,
pay protocol.
they're going to be doing a banner. So the sixth graders are.
Nice. Oh, this is so great.
Whereas like.
Yeah, and then the little ones are making butterflies, like garlands and butterflies. So Steph is really a great teacher.
It's just so cool. And it continues to, because you were telling me, oh, this is what you were telling me, I think, when some of the.
Yeah.
Because there's things that we.
All the way there, and he had to get it from pushing all the way home. It broke down on everything.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone else.
And it was
Yes.
just drive along. You see it?
Yeah, just lovely.
Oh, it's gonna.
You see that? Well, that was great. I like that. We should get off stickers or something. Yes. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Don't you have little stickers in the police
I'll
department?
get you both ours for whoever stays after court.
Yeah. How's your wife?
You're doing better. It's just still dealing with it, but fun.
Does she have surgery? No. Is it your gallbladder?
No, it's good. Bronchitis.
Oh, that's right. That might have been.
Not surprisingly, far from the truth.
The time is now 8:32 in the evening. We are returning from executive closed session with only those items as they were noted on the agenda concerning executive closed session pursuant to section 10-15-1H2 NMSA 798 for limited personnel matters for the Marshal's Department, as well as executive closed session for section 10-15-1H7 1978 for discussion of matters pertaining to attorney-client privilege information were discussed during the closed session. If we can have a motion to exit closed session to go back into our regularly scheduled meeting.
So moved. Second.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Trustee Garcia. And unless there is a discussion or objection, the motion will carry. Time is now 8:33. We are back in executive closed session. Or sorry, back in our regularly scheduled meeting. See? All right, so we do have action, item 8C that does come out of our executive closed session. 2 points of action. The first item is for approval of a position for hiring Mr. Edgar Ramirez to be joining the Marshal's Department for codes enforcement at the current base rate.
So moved. Second.
Motion on the floor by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Trustee Garcia. I will open it up for discussion, if any. Seeing as there is none, Laura, if we can have a roll call vote, please.
Trustee Nevares.
Yes.
Trustee Garcia.
Yes.
Trustee Cadena.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Burris.
Yes.
Mayor, the roll call is 4 yes.
Thank you very much for adding to our team with the hiring of a codes enforcement officer. Next item, there is another item out of executive closed session that needs to be taken care of, and that is a request for approval to dismiss the remaining court cases and bench warrants as they are. Motion on the floor by Trustee Garcia,
Second.
seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. I will open it up for discussion, if any. Seeing as there is none, Gloria, if you can roll call vote, please.
Trustee Cadena.
Yes.
Trustee Nevares.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson Burris.
Yes.
Trustee Garcia?
Yes.
Mayor, the roll call is for you.
Thank you very much for approval of the dismissal of the remaining bench warrants and cases. Next item on the agenda is public input, where the public is invited to address the board. Thank you for your patience.
Mary Helen, Taylor Raichi, 2231 Calle de Santiago. And I think we should get stickers for sticking around to the end or something, you know. But anyway, just quickly, I wanted to announce the J. Paul Taylor Social Justice Symposium. This is the 21st year of the symposium. But what's happening this year is they are commemorating the 20th anniversary. So the 20th anniversary was the murders of the women in Juarez. This year it's called Ni Una Más, and it's standing together against femicide. And Greg just asked me what that was, but it has to do with women and gender-based violence. So it's going to be April 7th and 8th at New Mexico State University. It's free. They are providing lunch and snacks and things like that. It's at Corbett Center. It's going to be really an outstanding panel, very moving. Some of the mothers will be there on the panel. Some of the mothers from Juarez are coming over. And then some of the experts talking about this very important subject. So I did put on the bulletin board, I put one in English and one in Spanish. I know Viviana has one because she was at the gift shop the other day and I gave her one, or you took a photo or whatever. But I do have some of these if any of you are interested in having it and passing it on. They're asking for registration so that they can kind of plan on people. I'm sure people will show up that aren't registered, but that's fine. So if you're interested in one, I can give you one, or I can have them here on the table. Most of the ones I have are in English, but a couple are in Spanish as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Rachel. Any other public comment? Next item on the agenda, Board of Trustee Committee reports. Trustee Nevadas.
Yes, during the last couple of weeks, I did meet with the economic and development staff to just catch up on different matters. And also this week I have the Taylor side Friends meeting on my agenda. So I do have it on Wednesday. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee. Trustee Garcia.
We have an MPO meeting on Wednesday at 1. Did have a meeting with the marshals with Ben on Friday regarding budget. Very, very good meeting, I have to say. And with the businesses.
Trustee Cadena.
I attended the transit meeting. They're celebrating their 10th anniversary this year. Their 20th of conception of, this whole area, the southern part of the state having a bus transportation. But since they got their buses, it's been a bus. It's been 10 years, and now they have a bunch of buses. And they're hoping to have 192,000 riders by the end of this year, which their fiscal year ends in June. So they're hoping for that, maybe 200,000 by the end of the year. So they're really were very celebratory about it. And it was a good meeting, my first meeting with this group, and they, it seemed like they really had things going on. And so that's all I have there. the meeting at the Taylor site, about, the historic site will be on Wednesday and I'll be attending that.
Thank you, trustee. Mayor Pro Tem.
Just like that trustee Garcia said, MPO on Wednesday, and then, hopefully in the next couple weeks, I'll be able to sit down and visit with Lorenzo. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. I did have MPO executive meeting, and we do have MPO coming up on Wednesday, which I will be happily chairing. We have had, I did have another, it's a part of a national organization that I'm involved in for mobility peer. It's a networking monthly engagement for economic development. Doing a national deal through National League of Cities that I was involved in on that. Some general small meetings, and we did have, as it was mentioned by Trustee Garcia, the walk around with the businesses, which was a great thing. Going around, thank you to Trustee Garcia, Trustee Cadena that participated in that. We broke up into 4 different teams and walked around. I had walking lists where it was electeds as well as the staff. There were volunteers as well as some of the interns that participated. So it was a good involvement. We walked around to probably each list had about 10 to 12 different businesses that were listed on them. Not everybody was able to touch every single business, but a majority of the businesses were touched, and we'll continue to do that. We're just basically doing a pulse check on the businesses to see how things are going for those businesses and within our community. If there's anything that we can do to better support them from the town side, so on and so forth. A lot of great feedback was received from the businesses and some great constructive criticism as well on how we can always be better. So we will continually do that on a monthly basis. We will rotate from businesses to residents. So next month we will be doing a walk around to speak with residents in particular, picking an area within the town that we do and touch base on that. After we all get back together, I did provide lunch for the team and everybody that participated, plus any of the other team that was there. We had a boardroom here that was full of team that was great to have all together. So good for the community, good for the team, and it was just a great turnout. So hopefully we can continue these things. Moving on to Board of Trustee and staff comments. We'll start with the Marshal's Department.
Good evening, Mayor and trustees. I don't have much tonight. First off, thank you for voting in Edgar as the new ACO codes. Plan there is he's going to sit down with Eddie for a while and learn codes aspect. And then he'll do FTO on our end with Lieutenant Diaz and day shift, and then Sergeant Hernandez on swing shift, so we can get day and night. And then I'm going to reach out to county ACO and or city ACO and see if we can do ride-alongs with their personnel to get some out in the field training. And then I had the Animal Protection of New Mexico group emailed me about an issue that I handled for them. And they said they'd be happy to assist with a training scholarship so that we could send them to the NACA Basic ACO 1 and 2. So that would be even more training that the other ACOs in the past hadn't gotten. Did the walking tour on Friday with the group. Our group, I don't know if it was on purpose. I got the parking issues and then some landlord issues that obviously the town can't. They can try to help, but not completely do it. Had a meeting with Trustee Garcia. Very productive in my eyes. Have some good pitches to sell to you guys here in the future that will benefit the town, our department, and the residents overall. And I think that's spring break starts next week, so my SROs will be working regular patrol. So I'll have 4 out on day shift Monday through Friday, so it'll be more visible. And then I've been working with Eddie on some other code issues that have been arising in the meantime, until we get Edgar in there. So any questions or concerns, I'll stand for.
I will have to say one thing, I'll put credit where credit goes to, having a meeting with the marshal on Friday. He wasn't just thinking about his department as the budget, he thought of others as well. So, it was very nice to see him as a team player, not just thinking of, I want this, I want that for my department. He actually was like, for the first time I was quiet. I was like, wow. So we were really productive, I would have to say, but then he said he reached out about, I have a concern about this department, you know, how we can help them and stuff and everything like that, see what we can do. So, you know, he did reach out about other departments. So, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chief.
Mayor and board will keep it short. We've got a lot of people come back from training. We just got 2 new fire investigators, 2 new, and the only that I know of, wildland fire investigators. We have Chris Stevens completed all of his requirements for his job. And we've got a lot of other exciting things that are coming up, but we're waiting to get those things finalized before we can make any announcements. But it's been pretty busy couple of weeks coming back from my illness, and then we were out in training, so been just trying to catch up. So any questions? Yes, sir.
I had a
Yes.
question, I guess, relating to fire, smoke detectors.
Yes.
Is there a program where, you know, residents could either get one or replace one?
That would have to come from a separate grant.
Okay.
And right now we have some pretty big things that are going on. The only other one I can think of is the Walmart grant, and they offer like $2,000 towards that we could use to buy some smoke detectors. But
There's
they're
probably some homeowners that don't have one in their homes. And so
Right.
I was just wondering how we could
Right.
promote that, especially senior.
We've done this before and ended up throwing away a bunch of smoke detectors because once they get to a certain age, they just get tossed. So it's a hard thing to plan for, but we can definitely look into doing it again.
It was a question about that.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
and then they've gotten more expensive because they're going to the 10-year battery now. You're not changing out the battery twice a year anymore.
They're going to become obsolete, right? after 10
Right,
years.
you
have to
can't-
replace the whole unit, not just.
After 10 years, or once it starts chirping, it needs to be replaced. So usually that's 10 years. And they're about $64 for a combination smoke and carbon monoxide unit, but it'll last 10 years, no batteries to be switched out. It just gets put in the recycling, whatever they do with
So
that.
This is available now, or?
Yes, sir. Yeah, you can get them at Walmart, Lowe's, Home Depot. That's where I recommend you get them. I hesitate getting them off of Amazon or Temu or something. You don't know what you're getting.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Anything else?
La Mesa used to do it all the time, because my aunt goes there, but the fire station used to have it there at the post office. They used to give them their stuff there, they made sure they bring a receipt that they were a local resident there, and then they used to give it to them, so if you do decide to bring that grant back, I mean, we'd probably be more than happy to help if we did it there at the post office, because everybody goes to the post office.
Yeah, I think we have,
Give them their numbers too.
I think I still have about 300 9-volt batteries from the last time we did this left over.
Well, let's
Luckily,
set
they
up something.
last for a little while, but yeah, it's a hard thing to buy a bunch of smoke detectors and then have them out. So it's maybe a better way to see what the need is and then apply for that.
And I have one more question, sorry. On the fireworks, I know we're not giving, I guess we're not letting them have, we're not signing up any
Permits, correct.
permits on them? Do we need to change that on the ordinance, or do
It's
they have to
already,
pay a fine? or-
that's already been updated and it just hasn't been printed yet, but we got rid of the permit and the permit fee.
Mhm.
And now there is a fee charged to the businesses as a hazardous materials fee. And then they're supposed to hand out the rules. The rules still apply, but chasing people for permits was we just don't have the resources to do that. And it wasn't financially working out. We were spending more on permits than we were getting back.
So they're already aware that they have to pay it a year, how much you gotta pay?
Yes, they actually proposed the amount,
Okay,
well in excess of what I asked for. So,
okay.
So we can talk about that, trustee, whenever you want and go over how
No,
that
I'm
works
just
out.
Curious about it, because I had a question about it, and I was like, I don't know, I'll ask.
The chief and I also have a joint meeting with
Oh, yeah.
county leadership this coming Wednesday for discussion about EMS services and as well as other support from the county potentially.
Yeah, I'll be in El Paso tomorrow with architect looking at fire stations. So a lot of good stuff going on, just a lot of stuff going on.
Busy. Appreciate it. Anything
Yes.
else, trustee?
Thank you.
Lorenzo. Self-report. Brian.
Mayor, trustees, I'm going to keep it short also too. I'm not going to touch on the big projects until the second meeting, but I will touch on a little bit of the little ones that we're doing. Veterans Park, I don't know if you guys have noticed that the wall is got a little touch up. It's getting refurbished again, so that's going on. The ironwork is what's taking a little bit long because it's ironwork, and some of that is he's having a hard time finding, but it's coming along. We are going to be installing the 2 water fountains that we got in our hands here to Ramon Guda Park and Los Leones Park. So you'll see a couple of new water fountains going on there. Also to here, starting either within tomorrow and the next couple of days, Cordova will be in, and we will be taking the 6 parking lots from the corner of the town hall here to put in the 3 charging stations and 1 at Commemorative. So that's going to be happening fairly quickly. Also just waiting on El Paso Electric to come and do their thing also too with the electricity. Also at Commemorative Park is the sign has already been started to get constructed. Slab has gone in, and so that's moving along fairly rapidly. And other than that, it's just maintenance as usual. And I stand for any questions.
I noticed that you painted the sidewalk red
Mhm.
right there in front of the bench. Are you gonna be doing it to all of them or just the corners?
We only get them as is like the signs are there for 30 feet or a fire zone only per request. I don't as far as codes and all of that. I couldn't tell you if we could paint every single one of them or what.
Because there's one in front of the church, and I know the officers have been yelling on their can't park there, and they have a cone, and then I've seen people pick up the cone, park, and then they put the cone behind it. But I know that the other night when I'm walking, in the middle of the night, I see the officers, you can't park there. I'm like, but there's no red on that brick, so I don't know.
It's painted on the street. I don't know if the town would want it painted on the brick itself, and then the sign's right there too, so.
Yeah, well, there's a cone there. I just see people move it and then they park it, or you hear the officer yelling on the little thing on there. But I was just curious if you're gonna be doing it on all the businesses or just that one.
Well, I know at the plaza there's 1, 2, 3 out of the 4 corners are, but not that 4th one
Okay.
over here by the silver.
Well, looks nice.
Yeah, and then like those ones, what might be for people not to or they get confused is like on the particular that one and the one that we did over there on Correo, the sign specifies 30 feet, so we got the 30 feet. These other ones just say fire zone, so we could paint 2 to 3 feet, and that's all it is, so that's, I don't know if people are having a hard time with it being small or what the case may be. So
That's something that we can evaluate.
that's something that we can.
And it's just, but generally what at least while I've been in practice is that if it's a area of concern where there's illegal parking where we're not following the signage, or we're constantly getting those calls, that's where we take the extra measures to make sure that the painting's done as that as well. I will note also that the Marshal's Department has been out and about stickering vehicles that are illegally parked. So that has been happening as well. So
I just heard them all.
which is warning, in addition to.
The young.
So, but we can always, if you have concerns on any specific intersections, just get with Lorenzo or myself or with the marshal, and we can review those.
Or maybe just repaint them so it looks pretty. It looks pretty. Thank you. That's all I have.
We also have the sign at Veterans Park, the main entrance sign that's going to be replaced as well here within the next 30 to 45 days. So that you'll see that one changing. Any other questions for?
No.
Thank you. Appreciate you, sir. Community development. Mr. Salazar.
I too don't have anything much, other than, just basic projects that we've been ongoing. Again, I do want to emphasize that COG, we did get certified finally. That's a big win for us. And right now it's at the national level for further review. It should take approximately 10, 14 days. And once we get that done, then we can scratch that out of our list. Historic building nominations, we're still continuing doing that. We're sitting down. We're always open for any kind of request or something, at least direction, which ones you all feel that we should go after or look into. The Preservation Times, first part of April should be coming out, the newsletter. We're already starting to put that together, so we're kind of excited to get that out to community. The GIS, the iWorks software that we had, that's in the works. It's a it's a software that's going to bring it all together. It's similar to what we thought was Mamesia was going to do, but iWorks really is the backbone to it. And it's going to tie together the code department, the permit department, the public. I mean, everybody really has a part of that. So we're scanning all our files with the record keeping for Square 9 to involve with that, and also with the GIS to be able to put together that preservation mapping, and not just preservation, anything that needs to be mapped. A lot of the municipalities they use that for mapping. Again, public works, fire hydrants, or whatnot. It's a very good, useful tool. The business notices, we struggled a little bit. They're a little bit, took us some time to get them out, but we sent majority out last week. We did the remainder out today. Encode continues to have issues with the program. I continue to call the technicians. They have a lot of turnover right now in Encode. I've been working with them since July of last year. Just the forms, the paperwork, the billing, not the billing, the permitting, the rollover, the mailing list. The last week and a half I was working on, I had a handprint or hand type 586 business licenses to send out to include envelopes and such like. So it took a little bit longer than usual, but we did get them along. Pretty confident that we should be okay. I do want to make, I keep hearing that, they've called and they've emailed stating, when other business notices are going out because I want to go pay my license. And you can come and pay your license since January 1st. You don't have to wait for the letter or the notice. Notice is just a courtesy to make sure that you don't forget. But the option of paying through the phone, if there's any changes or any updates, you can just make a phone call, give them your business number, and then we can update renew your.
Did you say we can renew the business license online too?
Not online.
Oh.
If there's going to be an option, but not we need to look at it so they can make payment and renewal. It'll be so much easier that way. But not quite just yet.
Okay.
That'll be available next year.
Yeah.
Yes, I hope so.
When is-
Well, it's just waiting.
When does it do? The 15th, right?
Expiration is the 15th, correct?
Okay.
And then the 16th will be the beginning of the next year.
Okay.
And in June is the cannabis and the alcohol.
Thank you. Ms. Maya.
just, we're working hard because it's budget time and then also the end of the year. And also, if you could speak to your constituents that we need their email address. Because what we're gonna try to do is send out bills through email and everything. And that way, they just need to update their information because a lot of them still have landlines. And people don't have landlines anymore. So we don't have current phone numbers. We just need everything updated. And we put it on the bill several times, but very few people have called us. Okay, yes, Jared?
So how do the residents, do they call in or
They can call in, yes. that'd
to
be
give the
fine.
updates?
Or they can send us an email. It might be better as an email to utilities, MSCINN.gov.
Because that way I know to give them the email address, so utilities.
Yeah, that way it's a lot, we have the documentation.
So you want an updated either phone number or email? Or
People don't have landlines. Some of them are still 505. So yeah, we just need to update our everything. And you have more connections so that.
Well, also too, here I go with my team. Usually how I have my girls is when they walk in, I always tell them for their phone numbers. So every person that comes and pay their bill, you can ask them, what's the last four of your phone numbers? You're not giving the whole thing. And then I ask them, what's the first three numbers of the address? And if it's wrong, then tell them we need an update and have them an update form. So when they're coming in, right, but have your front person ask them, what's the last four of the phone numbers? And if they tell you this, I'm like, the last four, it's wrong, then tell them, can you go ahead and fill out this form, please? Because we need to update your system.
we always ask them, do you want to update the information?
No, but you're not asking them to update it. You're asking them.
It's just the process.
It's just the process. You asking them because they're always going to say yes. They're always going to say yes. But if you ask them what's the last four of your phone numbers, I guarantee you it's going to be different. Okay.
Something we can look into.
Yeah, we'll get there.
It's great. Any other questions? Trustee Nevades,
I don't have anything.
Trustee Garcia.
Nothing, just team building again. Next month.
Yes.
It is on a Good Friday though.
Let me look at the date and give it the team.
If it's on Friday, so that is Good Friday on that one.
First Friday.
Yeah, it is on a Good Friday. So I mean, that was fun to do.
Yeah.
But hope we get to do it again.
We
But
definitely get to do it again.
yeah, please. That's it.
Trustee Cadena. Mayor Pro Tem.
Nothing.
Hold on.
There we go.
Right, nothing really. But I mean, I just want to share that we also have two new interns that are helping out with the town from the history department in particular. So they're taking on some projects and helping to support with scanning some blueprints. One is working on that, and then one is going to be helping Liana in specific with the designations of historic properties and really working on that inventory. But it's great to have that extra support on that side. I will note, and thank you for your time today with everything. I am going on vacation this coming Friday, so I will be out all next week. The team, so the agenda will be put together before I leave, or we're going to try to do that. Sans any resolutions that might pop up that might be needed for any grant work, or and then the cases from planning and zoning on that side. So, but in other words, the meeting won't be as long as this meeting. So, but I appreciate you all. And I think that's all I have. So if there is no objection, I will call this meeting as adjourned. And the time is 9:04.
9:04. I know.